Hello. I made it. Oh my god. I didn't finish taking pictures or filming. I didn't film anything. I took all the safe for work photos. Let's just say that. I didn't take any lewd anything. Scary kitten! It's going good. I'm so tired though. But, so we're gonna play Sims. There's a new spooky Rotten Mango. The true case behind the incantation horror movie. Family of 6 possessed by demons till 1 is dead. So we're watching that. Hi, Mr. Sir.
Hi, yo, mister. Are you crazy? Are you scary kitten? A terrifying kitten? No, you're cuddly kitten. You're sweet. Sweet baby. Hey, sweet baby. Baby. I love you. Are you gonna go be crazy? You gonna go be crazy kitten? Love you.
He's so silly. I had not seen that, but that's funny. Sir, you're under the bed, Munchie! Munchie, get out of there! Soul, he's under you. Watch out. Watch out. Yes, I'm doing Donald Duck today. Well, I'm gonna have to finish it another day, but that's fine. Kitten. Don't try to jump on my desk. Dude. Baby kitten. Not everything is for climbing. Go attack your sister. Go get your sister. Watch out, Dimples. Watch out, Dimples. Scary kitten. She's hiding under my feet. Watch out, there's a scary kitten. He's so terrifying. Terrifying kitten. Oh no. He has, thankfully. I decided to not do a strictly Donald Duck. Here, I'll show you the whole outfit. I decided to not do like literally Donald Duck's outfit. Well, because obviously I'm not a duck, but I felt like these were. I have yellow boxers on because vibe, but no, these ones work. Actually, I wore it like this because I wanted to have like floofy butt, you know. It's not very comfortable like that though, so I'm wearing it like this for stream. But the socks have eggs on them because he's a bird. And also because like yellow feet, because a duck. Yeah, anyway. Good times. Yes. And then I have these as well that I also took photos in. But they're a lot shorter, so I'm not wearing them on this stream. I'm gonna wear these on the next stream. So I can be a little whore, but not on this stream. So yeah. Oh, also, should I try streaming on TikTok? Should I try? I said I was going to. Oh god, it's so much work. I But I want to actually accidentally say something. Would I ever try streaming on X again? That's a good question. I forget how easy that is now. I don't think I've tried to do it since Elon made like weird updates. Does anyone know how you even stream on X? Oh, did I accidentally turn ads on? Sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I can try to turn that off. I must have accidentally clicked yes on the monetize instead of no. I usually click no. My nose is so itchy. No! Disrespectful. How could you? Ugh. I can't, unfortunately. I wish I could, but I can't. I mean, I'm verified so going live hopefully wouldn't be cut off for me on Twitter. How do you, yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know how to go live. All right. Yeah, I bet it's killer on your throat. That does make you gay, unfortunately. I think I'll just try. No, because I don't want to get banned on TikTok. I don't want to risk it. I swear way too much. How bad is Twitch with swearing? Like normal swearing, not like slurs, obviously. But like, fuck. Probably fuck. Fucking iCarly. YouTube is strict on swearing as far as monetizing your videos. Other than that though, they don't give a fuck if you swear on stream. So, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, Nor, but that's kind of hard. That's a difficult one. That might be a deal breaker. It also shows for third-party streaming on there. On Twitch, or... We're not getting into it, chat. We're not getting into it. I'm sorry. Anyway, so the queen posted, and it's about a ghost, so fuck. We're not doing this. Let me get the video. Oh, how to stream on X using third-party software. Yeah, no, I know you could use OBS for it now because it shows up in the settings on OBS. It's like built into it now. Hello. All right. We're not watching Fear Street. Oh, I'm gonna have to change that back later. Actually, I don't actually need to put the title up. I'll just leave that because I don't want to have to retype it later. That's what we're watching later today for the after hours stream.
What's going on out there, kitten? What's going on, kitty? You're making noises? You're making kitten noises? You crazy? Are you scary, kitten? And then she... What are you doing, Ari? What are you doing, Ari?
He's being so silly in the hallway right now. You can't see him from this angle. Hello. Good evening. It's actually just still afternoon for me, but... Alright, I got the timer. I'm gonna reset it. We're gonna press play on play. We're gonna do it together. There'll be a timer up here. Or later it'll be down in the corner, I think, once I swap screens. Oh my god, right. Let me see if I can turn that off. Bro. I'm so sorry. Ha! Okay. Whew! I figured it out. Hopefully those go away now. I hate having ads interrupt my stream. Like, bitch, I'm talking. Okay. We're gonna start, and then I'm gonna load Sims, alright? Anyway, do 3, 2, 1, and then press play, alright? I know, I don't like it. Like, it's one thing if it, like, popped up on the screen and it didn't interrupt the live stream, but, like, it's annoying. Alright. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, play.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Sorry.
Ever since Ronan,
Turn it down slightly.
a mom in Taiwan, she's invited her
How's the
daughter
volume?
back to come live with her. Ever since the two have been reunited, very strange things have been happening. 6 years ago, something happened where the
I'm
mom
sorry.
with Ronan could no longer take care of her daughter anymore.
Alright,
Her
let me
daughter's name
see.
is Dodo. And she could hardly take
Hopefully
care of
Sims
herself, let
cooperates
alone
with
make
me.
sure that Dodo is being safe and well fed. But that's 6 years ago. Ronan today, she's different now. She's ready to be a mom again. She can take care of her daughter Dodo. After 6 years of being apart, obviously the initial meeting is
I think after this
definitely
video I'm
a
gonna
little
break
awkward, but there
to get
is
myself
this
lunch
connection
because I
there
haven't
because
eaten
that's her
anything
kid.
today.
So for a little while, it seems like the two of them, they're gonna go home.
I should
They're
have
gonna
grabbed it
slip into a
before,
very
but I did
natural,
not
familiar
because I
family
was
life
busy.
where they just enjoy doing all these
Oops.
mundane things that they missed out on together. But then, all these strange little things start happening, and they're not little. On the very first night that daughter Dodo returns home, they hear this huge bang in the other room, and there's this sound of shattering glass. Ronan runs into the next room to investigate because it sounds like a home intruder or something. But when she gets in there, all she finds, the floor covered with shattered glass, and there's a tiny little cockroach. It seems like the cockroach crashed in through the window, breaking the glass. Is that even physically possible? It's
No,
so
I haven't added
strange.
any new ones since
Later
last
that night,
time.
Ronan notices what looks like a burst eye vessel inside of her daughter's eye, but it's very eerily
The
shaped,
hell?
like the
Oh,
shape
no.
of a cockroach.
I fucked
What
up.
is the daughter?
No, not
6,
achievements.
And I think if that were all, maybe Ronan would try to look past it and start fresh because, you know, there could be explanations for all of these things. Maybe the glass was already shattered. Maybe the cockroach is just a coincidence. There can be 1,001 explanations. But things start becoming unavoidable.
Not traveling
it's not
or
even
building.
just the small things anymore. Like, how do you explain when Dodo wakes up one day and her entire mouth is filled with teeth? She has double the amount of teeth. They're practically growing on her tongue. They're everywhere. Or the fact that Dodo, her daughter, is able to magically shut doors. She could be on the other side of the room and the door swings shut. The window's not even open. It's not a breeze. How is she doing that? And who does she keep talking to? She keeps talking to someone that doesn't exist. Like, she's playing with invisible friends that aren't actually there. Yes, it's her daughter, but it's not normal. And she's confident that the real reason, the real problem here, is that Ronan is cursed. She's haunted, and this curse is being transferred to her daughter.
Bruh.
6 years ago, Ronan, for the sake of a YouTube video, entered this forbidden tunnel, a sacred space, and ever since then, her life has been cursed. And now her daughter is gonna die unless she can find a way to help her. And this sounds very much like the plot of a movie, does it not?
Because it
That's
is?
because it is.
Okay.
That is the plot of the Taiwanese horror
I'm like,
film, Incantation. The reviews for that movie read, it's terrifying, exceptionally dark. If you can't watch anything terrible happening to young children, don't watch this. It's a type of movie to break your brain. I watched it, and the movie stayed with me for years. I still think about it to this day. Not in a good way. But the truth is, the movie Incantation is actually based on a true story of a family in Taiwan and what happened to them when they get cursed by a demon. How they are tortured for 2 months straight until one of them ends up dead.
Interesting. Trying to find a bunch of random stuff to put on the walls. Actually, you know what? We should do shelves. That's what we
would like
do.
to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Pan Foundation. They focus on accessibility to healthcare, aiding underinsured people with their out-of-pocket costs, as well as actively advocating for improved access and affordability. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. This is another international case with very little resources available. We did our best to translate with professional native speakers, but of course, if there's anything mistranslated, miscommunicated, or any additional information, please let us know down in the comments. Today's case also mentions some mental health conditions, the compulsive eating of non-food items, physical assault, and a brief mention of SA. So with that being said, oh, I do actually have another disclaimer. Listen, I have a very strong appreciation for religion and cultural traditions. I think it's one of the more beautiful aspects of life and just the human experience in general. But I'm personally not a firm believer of anything when it pertains to religion or spiritual journeys. So anything said in this episode is not to push some sort of narrative or belief onto anybody. I truly have no skin in the game. I just am very intrigued by a lot of different
I don't know.
cultures and
I think she's secretly she's secretly spreading the gospel.
And also just fascinating that I wanted to share with you, but I am not trying to get anyone to believe one thing or another or anything at all. Also, another side note, many of the gods mentioned in today's episodes, the deities, they have very complicated backgrounds on how they came to be. And obviously there's different interpretations and beliefs for each one. But I do want to mention that it does seem that at least a few of them are based off of Hindu gods. So this is, again, not me trying to erase that link or not give credit where credit is due. But I think to deep dive into the origins of each god would take a lot of care and expertise. And I'm mainly trying to include the parts that would be relevant to the actual case. So if you guys actually know more about each deity, please let me know in the comments. I would love to learn more from you guys because the internet is a tricky place where everybody disagrees a lot. So with that being said, let's get into it. April 11th,
the comments section isn't different.
It's a very normal Monday afternoon.
Isn't much different though.
Mr. A, well let's call him Mr. A, is at home watching TV and he hears this knock at his door. Mr. A is one of the few neighbors that are still around. All the other neighbors had, interestingly, packed a little bag and moved out into hotels, leaving most of their stuff behind, still paying rent. It's very odd.
Weird.
Mr. A gets up and he walks to the door, looks through the tiny little peephole, and he sees his neighbor, a middle-aged man, Mr. Wu, just standing there looking very anxious. Mr. Wu, what's wrong? How can I help you? Mr. Wu leans in closer to the door. Call an ambulance. What? Mr. A fumbles with his locks, and by the time he opens the door, Mr. Wu is gone. He looks to the right, he looks to the left. No, Mr. Wu, he didn't even know middle-aged men could move that fast. It's wild. So he grabs his phone, puts on his jacket and his shoes, and he starts making his way over to Mr. Wu's house, which is at the top of a neighboring building. It's a 3-story building, and Mr. Wu is at the top. That's his residence,
I have to put
3rd floor.
stairs
So he's
over
running
here.
Up the stairs, he approaches the door. He doesn't see Mr. Wu anywhere. He's nowhere to be seen. He presses on the handle of Mr. Wu's front door. The door creaks open.
Let me put
and
a
fly
ladder in
comes
this
flying out at
bitch.
him. So strange.
Wish I could make it
He walks
diagonal.
inside, and once he sees why an ambulance needs to be called, Mr. A runs back out of the house. He's dry heaving on the pavement and immediately calls the
There we
police.
go.
When the police arrive at the scene, they want to know what the problem is
Perfect.
with the Wu family. I mean, arguably, they seem very incredibly normal, if not very mundane. The Wu
way I
parents
don't
have
actually
4 children.
Accidentally
The eldest
block
daughter
it
works
off.
in Taipei. The second daughter is a nurse. The third daughter goes to college. The son, the baby of the family, works at a local printing house. They're all adults. The kids are in their 20s at this point. It's a very normal family. Until the police talk to the neighbors.
Or is it?
They are not normal. What do you mean by that? Neighbors have been reporting hearing very strange noises coming from inside the house all night long. This loud, sometimes it's like a banging noise. Sometimes you don't know what the source of the sound is. Sometimes you do know. And then sometimes it's just the most obnoxious gong going off all night
Bruh.
long. Which is definitely frustrating for
That'd
neighbors
piss
to
me
deal
off.
with the constant ruckus from the upstairs residents. But the neighbors aren't even annoyed. They're not even pissed off. In fact, they're just scared. Something about the noises is different, okay? Sometimes the family of 6 would sit there just splashing water on each other in silence, splashing cold water all over each other,
What?
shivering, but they say
Why?
they're hot. It's weird. Sometimes
so
the neighbors
weird.
will wake up in the middle of the night to hearing someone screaming, other times to chanting. They look up at the house and, yeah, the police are like, that's not a normal place. They look at the signs posted on the windows into the house. There's a red 8 trigram symbol posted onto the window. The 8 trigrams are ancient symbols used in Taoist philosophy that represent the 8 principles of feng shui. Feng shui being harmony of individuals and their environment. At its core, feng shui is about creating
put that
balance
up there
and flow
so I
in your
use it
living
for
area,
something.
right? So the 8 principles
I feel like it
of
would look
having
good, but I don't-
feng shui balance,
I don't know what I want to use it for.
oversimplified, are heaven, earth, thunder, water, mountain, wind, fire, lake, which symbolizes joy and pleasure. So they all mean something. And when you put that symbol of the 8 trigrams on the window, it typically means that whoever lives in this home
I like the
is
idea
seeking
of a witch
protection.
putting on an
They
apron
likely
before
want
she
to
makes her
ward off negative
potions.
energy and spirits, which is not too crazy of a thing to want. I feel like we all want that. They see that red 8 trigrams taped to the window, which itself is very normal, standard even, but it's everything else that makes the house feel so strange. On the balcony of the house,
Oh, no.
there are these black clothes that are sticking out of the windows
Hello?
like flags. It does not appear that
It's
the
not
clothes
working.
are being hanging to dry. They're hanging on sticks, just floating in the air like flags.
The
But like
hell?
ghosts wearing black clothes and hanging out of the window, whichever one
Huh?
you want to envision. When you step foot into the house,
It's not working.
you hear this crunching noise, and you look down, and the entire floor is covered like a beach. But instead of sand, it's covered with salt and rice grains.
Hold on. Do I have to
The whole
update?
floor. They can hear
UI?
flies buzzing
Okay,
around the
hold on.
house. They walk further in, and on the dining table, they find a whole table setting laid out. Plates,
Let me just-
bowls. The bowls are filled with fulu, a talismanic paper soaked in water, and the plates are smeared with the main dish, the main course.
Let me just fix my
Feces.
mod here real fast.
Poop.
What the hell?
The flies are just circulating over the table,
Oof,
but
in and out
that's
sounds
not the
so
only
good.
source of the smell. Feces has been thrown at the walls, covering the walls, sliding
Ew.
off the walls. Not a single window was left open to let in some fresh air. Not
Oh.
only that, but the windows are covered in
Gross.
these yellowish papers taped to the windows, resulting in this severe lack of sunlight coming in, which means feces are hanging off the walls. The air is thick from the smell, not a single hint of a breeze, just still air sitting, marinating in the poop stench. And no sunlight to try and balance things out. It's dark, dingy, grimy, and the smell of feces is overwhelming. In one of the bedrooms, there's a 28-year-old woman lying motionless on the floor. Her limbs are stiff and she does not appear to be breathing. She has no pulse. They rush her to the hospital, but it is no luck. She has been dead for 2 days before the police found her body. The hospital starts an autopsy on the woman, and her whole body looks incredibly pale. There's these massive wounds all over her body, giant bruises, fist-sized, up and down her body. But more puzzling than that are these tiny circular uniform burn marks, similar to cigarette butt burns, but not really. It's much smaller. It's about the size of like an ink dot. So if you were to take the tip of a Sharpie and just hold
There's
it onto
no
your skin,
update for
it's kind
it.
of that size. What could even cause burns that size that are that consistent and uniform all over her body?
Why did it break?
Believe it or not, there's another medical mystery that the doctors cannot even wrap their minds around. Shoved into the woman's nostrils, mouth, in her esophagus, and smeared all over her skin is a mixture of urine and feces. Furthermore, her entire stomach, the only thing in there is no food. Nothing but just semi-digested feces. The sheer volume of feces would indicate it was most likely human feces. So why, how, I mean, who did this to her? The police are able to confirm that the deceased woman is the eldest daughter of the Wu family, the residence that she was found in, which means the people most likely to have answers to what happened to her are her family members. But there is no trace of the rest of the Wu family. After Mr. Wu knocked on his neighbor's door, he vanished, along with his wife and his 2 daughters and his 1 son. All 5 of them are gone. They hadn't taken any belongings.
Am I getting an exception when I open the Sims? Hold
air from this house. And there are just some places that you just do not go. In the movie Incantation, the place that you're not supposed to go is inside this tunnel in this remote village temple. But because the main character, Ronan, the mom, and her boyfriend at the time, they run a YouTube channel where they go ghosting, they weighed out the options and they thought, go into the tunnel to get great views or not go into the tunnel. They go into the tunnel. Ronan's boyfriend and his cousin decided, we're just going to get the good footage, despite being warned by the locals multiple times never to step foot in.
That's a great question,
Peterman.
Peterman.
And get the footage, and that's how they get cursed, and Ronan's boyfriend and cousin ultimately die. Ronan ends up giving birth
Maybe there's
to
like a part
she didn't even know she was
at
pregnant
which
with at the
there
time.
shouldn't
She has to
be
give up
any
custody to her
thing,
daughter
but
for
there
6 years
was.
because of how mentally messed up she is.
I don't know.
From
I don't know how it
everything
works.
that's happened inside that tunnel. Because again,
Okay,
there
let
are
me
just
try.
some
Let me see if I get an
places that you
exception when
just
I
should
open
not
this.
go. In the real life case of Incantation, the Wu family, they travel to the Five Finger Mountain. It's called the Five Finger
getting an
Mountain because the
exception.
peak of the mountain has 5 prominent peaks. It looks like the ridges.
Oh,
of the
okay. It
fingers of
works
a
when
hand.
I'm in live
It's a
mode.
natural
Weird.
landmark,
Okay.
But some people don't think it's
Just
the
wasn't working in
safest.
build mode.
Not just in terms of physical
False
safety,
alarm.
but spiritually. I mean, in many folklore,
We're good.
mountains are considered sacred places that are inhabited by supernatural entities, which means, yeah, you can go there to get guidance from the good supernatural entities, but when there are entities, one might believe there must be good and bad. You can't just cherry pick. According to many folklore,
She rich.
those who died unjustly or have unfinished business, they typically dwell in the mountains, waiting for their chance to get revenge. They may want to trap the living just due to how angry they are. And it's said that the path on the middle finger of the Five Finger Mountain has the most negative energy. Many people experience and have reported feeling stuck. Physically, like they feel like they can move, but their legs won't move. They feel exhausted all of a sudden, drained, but not just, oh, I'm a hiker, I'm tired. It's weird. It's unexplainable. They hear voices. They have all these unexplainable supernatural encounters on the third finger. But like I said, when there is good, there's also bad. So it works in the opposite way. Meaning some people believe, no, if you go to the Five Finger Mountain and you meditate, you're going to get amazing guidance to spiritual problems that you may be having. So the 3 Wu sisters are sent to the mountain for a month to meditate. This is the real life family.
Bruh.
3 of the sisters, so they have 3
I'd be
daughters
so
and 1
over
son.
that.
The 3 daughters are sent to the Five Finger Mountain for an entire month to meditate at a local temple.
Oh, so this is before the sister was dead.
Yes. They need to use the power of meditation to drive out the demon inside of the eldest sister,
Makes
the one
sense.
that ends up dead.
Of course.
It's going to take at least a month. They're going to stay at the temple, and they are not to come back home until they are cleansed. I mean, it's not like the sisters really wanted to do this, but they don't really have a choice. Their lives were incredibly normal until it wasn't normal, and it all starts February 2005. It starts with the Wu family's eldest daughter. So she's the oldest, she's the one that passes away, and she's the only child that no longer fully lives with the entire family. So the youngest daughter, she's in college, she lives in the dorms, but she comes home every single break. The eldest daughter, she's actually moved out completely to Taipei. She's managing this convenience store with her boyfriend.
Okay, let's go there.
So let's just call them Sister A,
That's fine.
B, C, and son. Okay, she gets a call from her mom. What's going on? Hello? And the mom tells her, I'm very worried. I'm very concerned. I know that things have been happening over there with you. What do you mean? Sister A is confused. She's trying to figure out why her mom is freaking out, why she's saying, I know something's happened. Nothing has happened. I mean, absolutely nothing has happened. If something had happened, she would have called her right away. But her mom is just frantic. She's dead set that something weird is going to happen, or it's already happening and you just don't feel it. You just don't realize it.
Okay.
Sister A calms her mom down and she hangs up the phone thinking, okay, that was a little bit strange, but I think she's okay now. A few hours later, the door of the convenience store opens and it's her mom. The car ride to get from where her parents live
Mom is
on
not
the south
okay.
side of Taiwan to Taipei is a 4-hour-long drive. You just don't drop in and say hello. Her mom never does this. This is the type of visit that requires a lot of planning. You take the weekend off, you come to visit, you have an itinerary. So what the hell is mom doing here? Mrs. Wu tells her daughter, you need to come back to the family home immediately or else very bad things are going to happen to you. Listen, she must have a lot of faith in her mom because she grabs her things and just instantly leaves Taipei. She drops everything. She leaves work mid-shift to go with her mom. Interestingly enough, when she gets home, the energy in the family residence is quite happy. Everybody's happy. I mean, it's been a minute since all of them were gathered, since everybody's busy with work and school. Mr. Wu even cooked up this massive, delicious food table for the kids. And then during dinner, they start discussing what's been going on. And the Wu family, like I said, consists of 3 daughters and 1 son. The whole situation started when Sister C comes home from college for winter break, because it's February of 2005. She's normally someone who sleeps well every single night, but ever since she got back to the family home for winter break, she's been having nightmares every single night, and it's always about the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince? Nija? Yes, the 3rd prince, according to mythology, he was born after spending 3 years and 6 months in his mother's womb. His mom was so sick of him in her stomach that she would get frustrated and, quote, pound her stomach in anger for such an extraordinary long pregnancy. And to make matters worse, when she finally gives birth to him, instead of a baby, a giant ball of flesh rolls out of her body. And her husband, the 3rd prince's dad, witnesses all of this and is convinced that his wife just gave birth to a demon that needs to be extinguished. He grabs his sword, attacks the ball of flesh, it opens up, and out comes a fully formed boy, the 3rd prince, that can talk immediately out of the womb. Now you may be thinking, that's a pretty tough dad and son relationship to mend after your dad is adamant that you're a demon the second that you come into this world. But despite that, the 3rd prince has a strong dedication to his family. The prince and his dad are known to fight all the time, but ultimately it seems like the 3rd prince has a strong sense of filial piety. I mean, he is, filial piety, one to protect his family, which is why he is typically worshipped for protection of children and families and sometimes ensuring safe travels. The 3rd prince deity is typically known as the patron god of children. In terms of worshipping deities, the 3rd prince is not an intense one to worship, if that makes sense. It's just,
I don't have
some
a telegram.
deities are more fickle, some are more secretive than others, but the 3rd prince, he sounds kind of chill. I mean, generally he prefers offerings, fruits, meats, nice. Duck meat he doesn't like because it's considered sacred to him, so you have to be very careful. He's also a teenage deity, so he really likes candies. And if you really want protection from the 3rd prince, to just have a small statue of him is usually a good way to get it. He's a guardian deity, though. Keep this in mind. He's very protective. He's a protection god. Now, Sister C comes home from winter break, and every single night she's back in the family home. She's plagued with these nightmares, and she can't sleep now because she's terrified of her own dreams. The 3rd prince is somehow popping up in her dreams, which makes it feel like somebody needs protection around here. She has these migraines throughout the day that make her drop to the floor with how intense it is. She's never had these before. She's supposed to be resting before school starts, so what is happening? Her parents suggest her to go to the temple. That's going to help get her soul back. Now, to give you some context, and again, a quick disclaimer, not everybody in Taiwan believes one thing or the other. Like, same with America, everybody has their own beliefs, and then you have people who are very extreme in their beliefs, and then some people who are a little bit more casual with it. I will say the Wu family is as extreme as it gets. They're very extreme with their beliefs. You're
No
not gonna
kidding.
see the extremity of their beliefs right now, but you'll see it escalate, so keep that in mind.
Seems pretty
So, like,
extreme
you can
already.
go to the temple and get your soul back. Some people believe that the soul can leave the body because of many different circumstances. We've kind of talked about this before with the microwave.
Dude, computer,
things.
shut the fuck up.
Remember?
Okay, yes.
Yes, the soul leaves the body when there is some sort
So
of trauma
loud.
or shock, near-death experience, intense fear or pain, spiritual attack, sleep or dreaming. Sometimes souls will wander out of your body during sleep, and then when you wake up, your soul can't get in and your soul is lost. They say that you can typically tell when someone's soul has left their body. They suddenly have a very hard time recalling specific events. They might have memory loss, or they suddenly have weakened immune systems, and they just feel this emotional numbness. They look like they're zoning out all the time. It looks like they're missing a part of themselves because their soul is missing. That is what the Wu parents believe is happening to Sister C. They encourage her, go to the local temple. They can perform this soul-calling ritual to bring your soul back home, back into your body. You gotta go. Sister C goes to the temple to get her soul back, which it does seem to work, but she ends up getting a lot more than what she asks for. She states to her family that suddenly, out of nowhere, the third prince showed up again. And this time he had a divine message for her. He tells her that Sister A, the eldest sibling, has to come home immediately or else her life is in grave danger. She's the one working alone in Taipei. The family take this information incredibly seriously. If the third prince is saying that, that means he would only be saying that to protect the children of the family. He's a guardian deity after all, which means something might happen to the children. Even if the third
Are you guys superstitious at all?
Sister C in the dream,
Or
the third
spiritual
prince
or
even
anything?
showing up in one's visions or dreams or sights typically symbolizes that the dreamer
Just
or someone
curious.
close to the dreamer is in need of protection. Because the third prince, like I said, is almost synonymous with protection. This means something. The next day, after the third prince shows up in Sister C's dreams, the mom goes all the way to Taipei and gets her eldest daughter, brings her back home.
Yeah, okay, that looks good.
On my desk, I have this inch-thick daily planner. Actually, I recently went to South Korea and got some RF researchers' planners as souvenir gifts as well. And my husband and everyone around me day to day knows that I'm super big on schedules. And one of the things I've noticed that really slows down my work and productivity is juggling a lot at the same time, switching from task to task. You know when you have all those tabs open in your browser and they get smushed at the top because you have so many and you can't
Like,
even
where
see
are the
what tabs
hanging
are.
plants?
I used to just have a bunch of tabs open
Other than
on
these
top
ones.
of research
I
and
want
work
the ones
tabs.
that are like
When writing
dripping over the
emails, I will scroll
side.
through synonyms, trying to find a word that matches or a phrase that fits the tone that I'm looking for,
Oh,
which
actually,
is
that's a
professional
wall
yet
one.
friendly. And then 30 minutes go by and I'm still staring at the same email draft. Even with my schedule and my planner, I always found myself wasting unnecessary time writing and worrying about emails when really I don't have to. Not anymore. Grammarly provides relevant suggestions in real time that help me slash the time spent proofreading and revising. With Grammarly as your AI writing partner,
it's sitting on a
you can stay
shelf.
focused and get
God
through your
damn
work
it.
faster with relevant real-time suggestions wherever you write and whatever you write. Grammarly helps you with any writing, from brainstorming to sounding more confident and persuasive at work. Personally, my favorite part is that I don't have to use a third-party app or switch between browsers because Grammarly seamlessly integrates itself into my daily browsers without compromising my data and personal information. In fact, Grammarly works across more than 500,000 apps and websites. Grammarly has helped professionals do more with their writing for 15 years, and 98% of professionals report that Grammarly helps them get more work done.
That's what I wanted.
Experience the gold standard of responsible AI with their enterprise-grade security and a business model that doesn't sell your data. Get more done with Grammarly. Download Grammarly for free at grammarly.com/podcast. That's grammarly.com/podcast.
I'm just trying to make this room feel overgrown and stuffed with like different potion materials, you know?
That night, Sister A, she's being told all of this over dinner. She thinks it's strange, but she tries not to think too much into it. She goes to rest, and she comes all the way from Taipei, lays down in bed. She doesn't feel like the energy is that strange.
Yes,
I mean,
cow
she's home.
plant.
She's so familiar with this place. This is where she grew up with
dang it.
everybody that she trusts more than anything.
You might be going
And
on the
she
floor.
drifts into sleep. And hours later, she's awake, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Her mom slams open the door. She's been screaming all night. She runs in. What's wrong? What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong. Sister A tells her mom that everything little sister said is coming true. There's this nightmare that she just had where she was essayed by a strange man and then ended up killing him, and there was so much blood and everything bad is happening. Her mom drags her out of bed and both of them kneel at the family's at-home altar to start praying.
Give
But
me a
the next
potion
night, it
thingy.
happens again. Another
It looks like a
nightmare. Now, the
potion,
eldest
sort
sister
of.
can't even go to sleep without feeling this intense fear. She won't even sleep during the night. She dozes off here and there during the day, but that's about it. Like, think of it as naps. She hasn't gotten a good night's
Well, it looks
rest
like a
since she got home.
potion.
Whenever there's a loud noise, she starts freaking out.
That looks like
If someone
potion
is talking in a pitch
materials.
higher than an inside standard voice, she freaks out. Eventually, the eldest daughter, likely out of serious sleep deprivation and feeling mental torment, she starts slapping herself. She starts like slapping her own legs, slapping her arms, and the Woos are really alarmed by this. They drag her to the temple where the youngest had gotten her soul back. And the parents tell the ones that run the temple, they think they know why this is happening right now. We understand why.
Okay.
Okay, so the family thinks the reasoning of all of this is because they moved the third prince statue in their house. So way before he showed up in Sister C's dreams, the third prince had his own altar at the Wu family house. They worshipped the third prince. But a while back, they had gone to a different temple, and with some guidance, one of the mediums there told the Wu family that their family situation seems unclean. He was very ominous about it. He didn't give them much more information. So the Wu parents, being firm believers, they start getting paranoid. They ask him to come to their house to exorcise the evil spirits that's making the residents unclean. And while they're exorcising the place, they move the statue. They move the altar of the third prince to a new location inside the house, but maybe they shouldn't have done that. Maybe that messed with the protection of the house somehow and made it so that another entity could enter, like a non-protective entity could enter their home.
Okay.
At the temple, the eldest sister was able to be cleansed by the spiritual mediums. And when she comes back home, things are normal again. In fact, after a few days, she's had zero nightmares, zero, like, slapping herself on the legs. She's like, maybe I should go back home to Taipei. I mean, we avoided this looming tragedy. Likely it was nothing. We just needed to move the statue back. I should just go home and
need to put, like,
resume
one
life
more
as
thing up
normal.
there.
That's the best case scenario, yes? As the eldest daughter is spending the last few days with her family, she gets this phone call. It's like a rather brief phone call. Nobody can really even make out who she's talking to or what she's saying. But by the time she hangs up the phone, she is no longer their daughter. She is no longer Sister A. She turns around and states to the entire Wu family that she is the goddess of mercy.
Wait, she hung up the phone? Did
Yeah.
she say she's a goddess?
Now, to give you some context, this is good and bad news depending on your own beliefs. If you do not believe in deities being able to possess humans, this is very bad news. If you do believe in, like the Wu family does, then this might be the best deity to be possessed by. The goddess of mercy is often described as the kindest of all
I'm gonna
deities.
put a seat.
She is the mother of compassion and mercy. She's believed to have unconditional love and compassion for all beings, even humans. She's
Right?
not
I only
fickle,
have nightmares.
Where, you know, fickle deities might want more in return or set you up in some aspect. She's not like that. She's known to work tirelessly to save all beings from suffering.
Is this a
So if
suitcase
the
chair?
goddess of mercy has taken their daughter's body, that means
Oh my
there's a
God.
divine message there for them.
Suitcase chair.
The Wu parents think,
That's so cool.
wait, maybe all of this going on is because our daughter is a spiritual medium, and this is the way we find out.
Suitcase
a vessel
chair.
is the spiritual medium between the deities and the humans, the so-called translators between the gods and the mortals. So when mortals, like humans, have questions, they have nowhere to seek answers. They may approach a spiritual medium and request that they ask the deities for the answer. Being a spiritual medium is typically, from my understanding, a job that calls you. You don't call the job. The job chooses you. People will naturally find themselves being able to connect with spirits, and with further guidance or training of sorts, they can be full-fledged spiritual mediums. It's not an easy job. One medium describes it as, the first time, your body feels very warm, really hot. The energy is starting to come to your body, starting to surround you, so you feel very, very warm. Within the first 5-10 minutes, the energy starts slowly coming, and within that time, you'll know the energy belongs to which deity and what they are here for and what purpose. During the possession, you won't know what's happening until you wake up. then you'll feel
Do
very
you guys
tired
believe in
afterwards.
possessions?
It's a lifetime
or
commitment being a
ghosts?
medium. It's very exhausting. Which, side note, there's actually a lot of harm when it comes to being a spiritual medium. One of the key components is, for I'm sure many reasons, spiritual mediums will feel the need to harm themselves. So while they're being the vessel for the deity, a lot of the times they'll write these talismanic papers. So these charms on a piece of paper that you take for protection. And they will use the blood from their tongue. So a lot of the times they'll cut their tongue and use the blood to write, but they don't feel pain when they're in this state, they say. They'll even pin flags to their skin. So you know those wooden skewers that you grill things on? I don't know if it's those that are used precisely.
I know,
but
same,
that's not
Jeffu.
how
Like, I
they
wish
are.
I could. I
Some of
feel
the
like I'd be a lot
spiritual
more
mediums will pin
comforted
flags
about
onto
death
their
and
back.
stuff.
They
I
will
guess that
pinch a
I'm not
piece
really
of their lower back
uncomforted by
skin,
the idea
stab
of
the
death,
skewer
though.
into their flesh and
I'm
have it standing
at
upright
peace
so
with
that the
it.
flag is near their necks. And they'll pin like 5 of them, so they have 5 flags pinned into their backs.
See, I've seen that visual, but I didn't know they stab into themselves.
Yes, and then they will stab skewers
but-
through their mouth, like
Ow.
metal bars through their mouth. It's said that that's kind of proving to the mortals that they are a vessel, because it's very difficult to do that.
Yeah, no shit.
It's said that spiritual mediums don't feel any pain when they're possessed by gods or spirits, and for
Ugh.
that same reason, they tend to heal quickly and without infection. So it's a lot. Some spiritual mediums will stab their stomachs with sewing needles when they're in a trance. They'll even pierce a full
Ow.
metal needle through one cheek to the other, like I said. I mean, some of
Oh.
them have whips with needles, and in their trances, they will begin whipping themselves. One spiritual medium says,
Sounds
I
horrible.
believe it's a way the deities protect the medium by helping them not feel pain during the rituals. It's also a way that the deities show their powers to us humans. The Wu family thought for a moment, maybe this is what's happening to Sister A, their eldest. Because she's banging her head up against the walls, the tables, she's using her nails to dig into her face, scratching her skin off. Her whole body looks like it's being covered in bruises now. It's like she has this crazy superhuman
Boop.
strength, and in order to even get her to stop, they
Perfect.
have to tie her down with ropes.
Up.
Just running a rope around
What
her
should
until
be
she can't
up
even move an
here?
inch.
Wait, so she's saying that she has
What
been
should be up here?
possessed
By the goddess of mercy.
and she is keep harming herself.
Yes. The parents look at each other because at first they thought maybe our daughter is a spiritual medium, but this is not the goddess of mercy inside their little girl. This feels like something else. This feels like a demon. Sister A's eyes look different. I mean, they say that she starts laughing, but having these eerie bursts of laughter that sound very maniacal, and she starts dancing around her siblings, almost like she's taunting them. I am the
Okay.
goddess of mercy, here to quell the chaos and eliminate adversity for you.
We've had that the
That
whole
night,
time.
the 6 of them are back on their knees
That
in
is
front of their
bullshit. Hold
ancestral
on.
tablets, their altars, praying. Another sleepless night, trying to figure out what is going on. This is when they decide, this is no ordinary possession, which means they cannot
Gotta
have
add
an
this little
ordinary
dude
solution.
somewhere.
They must go to the 5-Finger Mountain and get rid of the evil spirits for a singular month.
just gonna add it
So while
into
the 3
this.
sisters are gone, the Wu parents and the youngest son are left at home, alone. They decide, we need to cleanse this place
That's so
before the sisters
cute.
come back. Because if they come back and the demons are still
What
in
the
this
heck?
house, what is the point of them being gone for a month? According to masters of spirits, they say someone's front door can tell you a lot about what's going on inside that home. The front door is a very important boundary between the outside world and the safety of the
So
home.
cute.
It's the critical line between the 2 realms, the outside world and the inner sanctuary. It's a physical entrance, but it
Alright.
also has an energy border, if you will. Now, this is not an attempt to be dramatic about a literal front door. Historically, there are households that would perform sacrificial rituals to door spirits. That's what they're called. To make sure that their doors are properly managed and well protected. There's door deities that are supposed to help guard
Okay.
against evil influences, but they can't be so stubborn in not letting
those.
anything into your front door, because then you're not going to get wealth and good fortune either. So
Crystal
it's a very
ball.
tricky balance. You don't want to piss off the door deities.
Yeah, in China, you'll see like they put almost like a painting stick up, one on each door. So there are 2 of them to help you
Yes.
guard the doors.
Yes. So people will do rituals for them, and like rituals, I'm not talking weird rituals, like they'll just offer fruits and stuff. Now, right upon entering the Wu family house, the master that they've invited to cleanse the entire residence sees a fox spirit standing guard
Oh,
at the door.
fox.
That's what he says. Now, seeing any sort of spirit at anybody's front door is a very worrisome sign, let alone a fox. He
Oh, a
said
fox
a
is not
fox
good?
spirit typically is a symbol of chaos. Foxes are sly. They're mischievous little creatures. They like to get into
Rip
all
the
the little
foxes.
naughty things. There are some that believe foxes can predict disasters. They can tell when there's impending doom coming, so to see one at the front door, that's not a good look. But that's not even the main problem with foxes. Foxes are known to feed off of human vitality. In Taiwanese folklore, there's a tale of a village where young men kept falling mysteriously ill. Nobody knew what the problem was. They all ate different things. They're all drinking water from different streams. There's no reason for all of them to be sick. Is it the air? And the women were surprisingly fine. It was later discovered that a family of female fox spirits had taken residence nearby, and the female foxes were seducing and draining the men's vitality.
No.
Foxes may be here to cause chaos, or to symbolize impending doom, or to slowly suck the life out of the residents of the house. Not always, but that's how the master interprets this fox. Now, if it was just the fox standing at the front door, maybe the family would have been fine. But the master tells them, this is a house full of fierce demons. If you live here for too long, you will definitely be eaten up. You will be possessed.
Oof.
There's no way around it. As he's told to go further into the house, he keeps shaking his head no and starts walking out of the house. The master just tries to leave. Like, he U-turns after a few steps into the Wu residence, and Mrs. Wu, the mom, is not having it. She paid a pretty penny for this man to come into her home. He's gonna tell her what's wrong, and he's gonna fix it. Feng Shui, at its core, like I said, is making sure your home feels harmonious. It really depends on how deeply someone wants to take it. Some just take it purely as usage and design purposes. Yes, using a too large coffee table with sharp corners that you bang your leg against could be bad feng shui, but it's also just like a really bad design element. Or others take it a bit more seriously. Certain plants, certain placement of furniture beyond design elements either bring positive or negative energy into the home. You don't want too much pieces of furniture with sharp corners, sharp edges, because it's a different type of energy that you're welcoming in. For example, some common feng shui tips: don't keep broken items around in your home. Either fix it or get rid of it. Broken items carry broken, disrupted, chaotic energy. Don't keep the toilet lid open when you're not using it. Open toilets are thought to drain wealth and positive energy. Avoid mirrors directly facing the bed. It's said that not only does it disturb sleep,
well, that's
it potentially
just
invites a third
kink
party into
shaming.
your marriage. Or place your desk in a position where it faces the office door, but it's not directly in line with it. If you're directly in line with it, any and all energy coming into the office, you will impact your work with. But you want to be able to see the door without being directly in line with the door, because you want to see the opportunities that are coming your way. You need a clear line of sight. But you could take it even a step further. And the belief is that feng shui can impact the kind of spirits that come into your home. The house they live in is positioned in a way where the sun does not come in. It's very dark, it's lightless, it has an irregular shape which gives it extremely poor feng shui right off the bat. It's a house that basically invites the ghost in. But worse than that, there is a road that goes up to the front of their home. They are at what's called a T-junction. They sit on a road, but there's also another road pointing directly towards them. A home that sits on a T-junction, the master states, is very, very bad. Because the energy is all directed to the house, and the rushing energy can be very harmful. It can bring in quite unstable spirits into the home and create a poison arrow, if you will, where the fast-moving energy is almost attacking the home non-stop. It's relentless. The master tells the family, over time, living in a house with bad feng shui will drain your spirit. And once you're in this vulnerable, weakened state, you can easily be possessed by bad spirits. Every day that the demons have been growing, it's even more dangerous to get rid of them. You have to be very, very proactive. Do you understand? Now, side note, anybody living in a house in a T-junction, don't freak out. I think this has as much power over you as you believe it does. I would say most people that I know believe in feng shui in a rather casual, like they don't really believe spirits will come, but just the flow. The flow of your furniture. They honestly treat it more like a design suggestion, so don't freak out, nothing's gonna happen to you. But like I said, this is just an extreme case with people who have very strong, extreme
floating
beliefs.
on the wall?
But conveniently, the master can fix it. For a price. He holds a multi-day exorcism. He states, now, the house is cleansed. There will still be upkeep maintenance, of course, but overall, it's good now. The Wus thought,
The hell?
well, now that you say that, I do feel more relaxed. Even our bodies, I feel like the tension is loosened that we've been holding on to, but just to make sure that the house is ready for the sisters to come home, the
There
Wu
we go.
family, they purchase a lot of the talismanic papers, the charms from the master, as well as joss sticks. Joss sticks are basically incense sticks and are often burned before a shrine. It's believed that if you have a perfume joss stick to a certain deity, they will be pleased and give you their blessings. And even the number of joss sticks offered is meaningful. 1 stick is for worshipping the deceased. 2 for guardian spirits or for food offerings. 3 is the most common. It represents the core elements. 5 is for worshipping the deities and the elements. 7 sticks is for
More
the sun
potion-y
deity,
things
and
up
the
here.
9 sticks is the most auspicious, they say. It's for
No,
use for
succubi
worshipping
are
Buddhist
female and
races or
incubi are
guardian
male.
angels. So you burn them at the altar or near the front doors or the windows, and technically you're supposed to use the joss sticks in a well-ventilated area. But
Real
why
Peterman.
don't we plug up every possible ventilation outlet and burn the joss sticks, because that would be the ultimate, deepest cleansing. That would be the most condensed scent.
Oh my
And
God.
I think the deities would be the happiest. They even hung fabrics outside their house. They're described as exorcism cloths, meaning that they've been blessed and prayed upon, and it's supposed to give the person in need, as well as the property, a spiritual cleansing. It's thought that even touching the cloth can help drive the evil spirits out of you. They fill the entire apartment with the talismanic paper, the fulu if you will, and they fill it with the joss sticks. They keep burning them. They hang the black clothes outside the window. They have the 8 trigrams posted on their window by their front
Bruh.
door.
This is when the 3 sisters are at the mountain.
I don't think you're shadow banned.
So the father and the parents and the son is doing this at home.
Yes, to get them ready to come back. Because there's no point of them being in the mountain if they're just going to get tainted in the house all over again. And it works. A month later, the Wu sisters come back home from the 5-Finger Mountain, and the family of 6 are reunited. Everyone seems to have their lives restored. The disaster is over. Until one night, all 3 sisters lose their minds, and they start chanting incantations, saying they want to return home. This is not home. They need to go to their real home. And this is how everything spirals out of control until 1 ends up dead and 5 end up missing. The movie Incantation is a found footage horror film that people genuinely thought was cursed. Even if you watch this horror movie, you will be cursed. That was the consensus. One online forum post reads, "Is Incantation movie actually safe for me to watch? Can the movie invite actual demonic influence into my home?" Viewers have reported feeling cursed after watching the movie. They say, "I just watched Incantation last night. I said the chant like 20 times. Power went out a couple minutes later. I've never been so scared in my whole adult life."
That's funny.
Another comment reads, "Just watch Incantation. I'm so freaking cursed now." I think this movie just literally cursed me.
Stop.
The movie Incantation explores the idea of a shared curse, meaning just by watching the movie, by seeing the footage and repeating the incantation in the movie, you now share the curse.
That's
The
such a
movie
troll.
tricks you into staring at this symbol. The main character tells the audience, because it's found footage, it's like she's vlogging. She tells the audience that the symbol is for blessings. She asks the audience to help save her daughter from the curse by chanting the incantation together. And she thanks everyone by wishing her daughter
Stop.
blessings so that she can be cured. But the truth of the movie is, the symbol, the incantation, all of it is a curse. The mother has asked the audience to repeat these things because she knows they are a curse, so that they can take the burden of the curse away from her daughter. They can share the curse with the audience.
Yeah,
In the real life case,
why are
there
you
is also a
crying
shared
in the
curse.
closet?
It is that of shared delusion, collective psychosis of the entire family. So
Fully
after
do.
getting back from the mountain, the 3 sisters start losing their minds. The family's gathered in the living room. The parents and the son are trying to figure out what to do, how to help the sisters, and also why are all 3 of them losing their minds? Why are they all possessed all of a sudden? They're burning
What's
more
going on,
joss sticks,
kitten?
chanting more incantations to get rid of the spirits inside their family members. And it's in the middle of all
Yeah,
of this
kitty.
that the dad turns to the rest of the family and he announces, "I am the Jade Emperor."
Oh no.
The Jade Emperor is a celestial
Bruh.
ruler of heaven. He has supreme sovereignty over all the deities, immortals, and humans. He's the one, if you remember from our baby garden episode, the Chinese zodiac animals were all in a race. He's the one that
Grr.
organized the race.
Nar, stop.
He represents the ultimate authority over the universe. He's a deity, and he's known to be quite compassionate and fair and merciful. And now Mr. Wu claims he is the Jade Emperor, which makes Mrs. Wu stand
This
up.
wig is like slightly too
her
long.
husband just lost his mind, and so did her 3 daughters, and so has she. She states, I am Queen Mother of the West, one of the most ancient and powerful goddesses, the Jade Emperor's wife. She has complete control over creation, destruction, death. Most of her days she sits there in her peaches of immortality. They have a little garden in their palace. She alone can determine the lifespan of every living being.
Wow.
Which means the dad is now the Jade Emperor, the mom is the Queen Mother of the West, the Emperor's wife, the eldest daughter is still the Goddess of Mercy, the second daughter, Sister B, claims she's the 7th fairy, the youngest daughter of the Jade Emperor and his wife.
Of course.
Wow.
Then we have the third sister, the one that came home from college and started having the nightmares. She claims she is now the 3rd prince, the protector of children, the guardian prince. Leaving just the youngest Wu family son, he looks up at his family members standing there, and he says, everyone stop. I am the drunken monk.
What?
This is another character from mythology, a monk that was unconventional in the fact that he was always drunk, but his heart was always in the right place.
Oh.
Real, Jeffu. Real.
So they're all good deities, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
The whole family at this point believe that they're all possessed. But what are the odds that all 6 of them are possessed by good deities? Slim to none, that's what they think.
Good question.
They think there must be at least one person in this family that has been possessed by a devil,
Oh,
and
no.
that is why everybody else is possessed by a good deity to get rid of that demon. And it's up to them to figure out the fake one. When the police are called to the Wu residence, the family are not found until 3 days later. So they find the eldest sister A's body, and then the family is found 3 days later in a temple about an hour away from their home. The 5 remaining Wu family members are covered in bruises, as well as the same scars that Sister A had, those circular burn marks. The police have so many questions. Sister A is dead. The whole house is smeared in poop. The rest of the family have similar burns to Sister A. What happened in the past 2 months in that house? At this point, the dad refuses to talk to the police. He states he will be haunted by demons by disclosing secrets. He's not taking that risk ever again.
Oh.
The police try to talk to the mom.
Kitten.
The
What
mom
are you
is
doing?
sitting curled up in the interrogation room, and the interrogators try to ask her where the family has been for the past few days. We have to leave to avoid
Are you
disaster.
scary, kitten?
Avoid disaster? What disaster? The mother looks up and starts shouting. She seems paranoid. She keeps looking around. If you don't leave, you might be possessed. When confronted with her daughter's death, the mother just kept repeating, it's not my daughter who died, but the demon who was attached to her. The police are getting frustrated, so they try to think of something different. They bring in the Emperor's ruler, which is this square wooden stick. It has sacred titles of deities and scriptures carved into the wooden stick. It's supposed to cleanse evil spirits and block them from entering. Do they believe in the Emperor's ruler? No, the police do not, but it's only when they bring this in that everyone starts opening up and starts sharing what happened in the past 2 months.
What?
The past 2 months has been an utter living hell in the Wu residence. Each one of them becomes possessed by a deity. They all come to the same conclusion that there's just no way that every single one of them is possessed by a good deity. So there must be a demon amongst the group. Because why else would they be suddenly possessed by powerful gods? They just need to figure out who is the demon. So first they start by sprinkling the floors of the entire apartment with rice grains and salt because demons don't like that. They believe the salt will purify the evil spirits and neutralize their bad intentions. They start setting up ceremonial arrangements where they place ritual objects, talismans, offering in a specific layout to expel the evil spirits. And each time they pick a new victim. They just go in circles being like, that one is the one with the demon. Neighbors said they would see this through the windows and they would hear it. They would force one of the family members to kneel down and they would just use their hands like automatic slappers. Just slapping their face left and right to beat the demon out of them.
That is so
You
weird.
do that to everyone,
Yes.
including parents.
Yes. And it's not working. So they start
Huh,
taking
really?
rice, turning it into sticky
It's
rice,
not?
mixing it with salt,
It's
and
crazy.
smearing it all over each other to get rid of the spirits. Still nothing. Because the indicator is The demon is gone, the rest of the possessions will be gone. But if they're still possessed by these deities, that means the demon is still here in this very living room.
Bruh.
They start smearing each other with sticky rice, salt, but nothing. And that's when they start beating each other. They take turns. Every day it's someone else with a broomstick, with mops, walking sticks. They're using the joss sticks to burn holes into each other. Like you would burn cigarette marks, but with the joss sticks. It's said that deities prefer cleanliness, even demons. I guess the logic
You scary kids, huh?
is that if the spirits, all spirits, even the bad ones, hate dirtiness, that means they like cleanliness. Then if you make yourself so dirty, why would a spirit want to be in you or be around you?
That's why they're smearing the
possess
shit
you if
everywhere.
they
Oh my
hate
god.
dirtiness that much? That's how they start smearing human excrement all over the walls, as well as on the dinner plates. They splash each other with urine and feces, and when that still does not work, they resort to cleansing the spirits from within. Which I guess in that moment in their minds, it makes sense to a degree that they would need to consume the feces and urine. They start fasting, they don't eat any other food, and this is actually showcased in the movie as well, Incantation. They start starving and only feeding themselves feces.
Great.
The entire family show the authorities all their scars to show the eldest daughter was not the only one injured in this mass exorcism they were trying to hold. But still, it doesn't matter. Clearly, her injuries were the worst that caused her to die. To which the mother has a theory. She explains to the detectives that the demon that possessed her daughter was successfully exorcised. Because of the exorcism, because she was the first to get possessed and had been possessed for so long, her real soul could not return to her body, which led to her death.
Why does none
After
of this
2 months of
set on
torture,
anything?
Sister A, the eldest, had passed. And now talking about it, the family seemed relieved. They finally got the demon that was plaguing the family. I mean, even if it results in the loss of their own daughter, they seem relieved. The police obviously bring in a psychiatrist to evaluate the family one by one. The psychiatrist states that none of them have any sort of mental condition that would set off psychosis. None of them are schizophrenic with hallucinations. Individually, they all seem like completely normal people. Completely normal people is how the psychiatrist phrases it, not me, okay? But it's when they're together for those past few months, what they all partake in, it seems like a shared delusion, collective psychosis. That's the only thing that the psychiatrist could come up with. It is the psychiatrist's belief that they genuinely believe that they were the demon inside of one of them. That is a belief that they shared. Legally speaking, the burns and beating scars were not fatal enough to cause the eldest daughter's death. Her cause of death was multiple organ failure, which was her willingly eating feces paired with her willingly starving herself, which led to her organ shutting down. The prosecutors state that it does not appear that she was forced, trapped, or bound to any of those things. She was beat, but they don't believe that she had no way out. It seems like she was as deep in the delusion as everybody else. The family members were initially charged and found not guilty of murder. Their exorcism did not directly result in her death. They were charged with then the crime of abandoning a corpse after death, but it does not appear that any of them served any jail time.
Basically, they do
Bro,
believe
what?
this is the actual event. Like, they all kind of felt like they were possessed.
They all just went
and
crazy.
That was the truth.
And a lot of people who know the family for, I mean, as long as they've been around, they said that they are especially superstitious. They are probably as extreme as it gets. So it's
That's
not
crazy.
out of nowhere it happened. It seems like it's ingrained in them. They had this very long-term belief in these types of things. And just like that, after this, the family goes back to living normally. No possessions, which has sparked a lot of people to come up with their own theories, because how can they just suddenly go back to normal?
Metal's
Some
going
netizens believe that they were actually possessed by spirits, and now that the demon spirit is gone, the family has naturally returned back to normal. Some neighbors believe this to be true because after the eldest daughter's death, all of them start donating money to the family to exorcise the spirits of the eldest daughter from the house, once and for all. They're like, because your daughter died in here, you need to exorcise the house all over again. So some of these people have very firm beliefs that this is genuinely what happened. Some argued one of the biggest problems here is that the family enshrined many different statues of gods at the same time, which means the gods had to compete for the incense they believe in,
Yeah,
which then
that would
caused
make-
them to go after family
that makes
members
sense
to
to
try
me.
and gain more power in the home. One netizen comments, they were all possessed by evil spirits and demons, and that's why this happened. Then you have most people who believe they were in a shared psychosis, a
I
shared
think
delusion.
definitely
I would say
they were in a
that,
shared
the family was
psychosis.
entranced just not by demons.
It seems like
One
fully
source states that the
do.
local psychiatrist actually believes the family to have been a state of mass hysteria. They say a lot of people might find it hard to believe considering how few of the family members were in the medical field.
No, I
Two of them were
absolutely
studying to be
agree.
nurses. One of them was already a nurse, the daughters. But the family has always been very superstitious. So that coupled with sleep deprivation, lack of food and water, the repetition of praying at the altars, one netizen comment reads, the whole family is sick. Sometimes being too superstitious is also a disease. Another one comments,
here's the
I once
medals.
heard a Taoist priest say, if you feel something strange about your body, please see a doctor first. If you still don't feel well, then you come to us for treatment. So
Okay,
they're
I don't know
saying,
how to
I
use
mean,
this.
this is a very real belief and a lot of people
something
honor
else
it, but
there.
this is just so extreme. Another netizen writes, there is nothing wrong with the faith itself. It can be a spiritual substance, but excessive superstition
Put
is
the
a huge
pumpkin
mistake.
carving thing here.
One netizen agrees, writing,
No.
faith should lead people to the right path and bring peace of mind, rather than causing trouble to others or even harming themselves
This
or others.
works.
Another group of people believe, yes, they were in a state of mass hysteria, but it was brought on by a bad master. They likely went to a public temple in the mountain in the woods, the Five Finger Mountain, where they think that maybe they had run into someone who does not practice these types of things well. Someone who perhaps wants a lot of money and sees this as an opportunity, a family who is so distraught by even just a few nightmares, he starts implanting all these crazy ideas into the sisters' minds before they leave. Likely the master never thought it would spiral into something like this, but it did. Then you have another group of people that think, well, aside from superstitions, let's put aside mass hysteria, some people are even more cynical of people, and they think that the family from day one wanted to kill the eldest daughter.
Interesting.
Or at least the parents did. They tricked the other children into believing the superstition so that they could get the job done. There's really no proof behind this at all. I mean, there's no proof behind any of these theories or anything at all in this case, but they think, what if it's
Right,
an
there we go.
expertly planned murder by the family to get
Tower
rid of the eldest daughter
complete.
for whatever reason? Other netizens point out how it's convenient and interesting that the family comes
Hopefully
back to their
she can
senses
actually use
after
it.
the eldest daughter's death, and they're
All
never
right, we did the
possessed
top
again.
floor. Let's
I would say that's a little
go.
tricky, but that's a belief that is floating out there.
Actually,
And
hold
lastly,
on.
a good chunk of people believe, yeah, it could also just be mold poisoning. They're saying that the apartment that they lived in was a little bit older, it was a little bit more run down, and Taiwan being near water, things get moldy.
It's just
a very
mold
tropical
poisoning.
climate.
Yeah, it's very humid during summer.
So people are saying it could have been some sort of toxic substance in the house. Has anybody looked into that? And they're not getting ventilation because they're closing up all the windows. They're getting sleep deprived. It could definitely be mold poisoning.
I mean, that
So
checks
there's a
out.
lot of discourse about all of that, but that's the case.
That's crazy.
That's it. They just went on to live the rest of their lives. Nobody has really heard from them since. To the point where people are like, this feels like an urban legend.
So the movie
What?
was inspired by this case,
Yes.
or
Inspired by the case.
really?
Yeah, and there's a lot of discourse about the movie as well, Incantation. I think it's very interesting. So some netizens have stated the message of the film is brilliant because they state it's a replication of religion and spiritual beliefs in a movie form. So if you believe in a spiritual belief or a religion in real life, right, it becomes more real to you. So same with the movie. They're saying if you say these incantations and you are a little bit more superstitious,
Yeah.
then you're going to believe you are cursed.
Yeah.
So it really is fascinating. That's what people say. I don't know, okay? They state that the fact that everyone is in a theater chanting this terrifying curse, you could go one or the other way with it. You could go home thinking you've been cursed, or you could realize, wow, it no longer holds power. Because
Okay.
when all of us are chanting it, nothing happened. So there's also this discourse of a lot of these things feel very individual based, like nobody wants to be individually cursed. But when they're doing it in a group, it feels
Right.
like a crazy, fun human experience activity. I don't know.
See, even like this whole case, I just feel like as someone who's not very spiritual, it feels like, let's say the family, everything they said was true. It just feels like they're very
There we
open to
go.
suggestions. So
They're
it's
very
like
open to
with a dream,
suggestion.
and then they believed it and they act upon it.
All right, let's do the
And then they feel like the eldest
next.
daughter feel like, oh, she is possessed, and then she started having dreams, and then they took action, and then they feel like things are better, but then like something else happened. So everything's like suggestion, and then
Yes.
they all lost their mind.
Oh, and just another quick disclaimer. Religion and like spiritual practices are different. I keep grouping religion into it because a lot of people in Taiwan consider it a religion. Some people consider it more so like a folk religion that they practice. Some consider it like a full-blown religion, so that's why. But I do think it's very interesting because I'm not a very spiritual person, but I am incredibly superstitious, and I think I forced myself not to go down that path because what you were saying of once you know something, you start spiraling. So I feel like if I were to talk to someone who could spiritually tell me my future or how I behave, it would just be living in my head.
You're more
suggestible.
You're more suggestible. Like
so suggestible.
Yeah, you will start to see things and feel things.
Yes.
Think about these things like constantly in your head.
Because I know a lot of people might look at the family and think, wow, this is so dumb, but I can't even do that because I think I'm a little bit more suggestible than most people. So I feel like if I were really in that situation and I grew up in that environment with my family believing in all of this so strongly, especially parents believing it, those are your guidance figures. So it's very interesting. Yet the director of the movie once stated, when I heard the story of the real case in the news, I realized that I didn't dare to know too much about what happened, and I was surprised at how much the topic scared me. Then I realized that the fears surrounding religious beliefs and taboos are very obscure. It's something we can't shake off. We don't need to convince people that it's real. Rather, we tell them it's fake, but even then it's still scary. Why are we so scared of things we know are fake? So he's not saying the religion is fake, but the movie itself is fake. He's saying all the incantations, the symbols, they made up. Someone just like whipped it out, but people are so scared, even though they're told it's fake, it's fake, it's fake.
Yes.
I wanted to put those elements into a film so that when the audiences watch the film, they feel like they shouldn't continue watching. It's very interesting. What are your thoughts on this case? Let me know in the comments. Please stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah, I think it's a case of mass hysteria. For sure. That's so fucking unhinged, though. Okay, I am gonna throw the break screen up really fast because I really want to go make myself something to eat. So, give me like 10 minutes. We do have to watch that movie sometime. Give me like 10 minutes and I'll be right back. And then we'll watch another Queen video. Alright. Be right back. Enjoy the break. I really won't be long. I'm back. Oh, timer's still going. Whoops. My fiance is gonna go get me food, so let's find another one. Okay, yeah. She posted one 2 days ago. I have my computer right now. Oh my god. Can it stop? Stop it. Stop it. How did you know it was burger or taco? How did you know those were the options? It's burger. It's burger today. No, I just want a Big Mac this time. I've been craving it so bad. So I'm getting a Big Mac. My stomach yearns for the mac sauce. Oh, did you get a phone number? Whose phone number did you get? Elite hacking force. Oh. I don't know the reference actually. Okay. Let me get this pulled up. Pause. Go back. Okay. No. As much as I do want one of those, I fear I need some meat in my diet. I have, yeah, it was good. Well, what's out was good. Alright, let's play this before my computer explodes. Jesus. Okay, 3, 2, 1, play.
Bada bing, bada boop.
What would be considered a normal reaction to have when detectives come to your door and they tell you the other woman that your fiance has been seeing, she's dead? It's nighttime. The hallway of the apartment complex is not well lit. It's pretty dark, but the two homicide detectives, they don't have time to waste. They knock on the door to Daniel's apartment until it swings open, and instead of Daniel standing there, they see
from Family Guy?
One of them is definitely older. She's 27.
I feel like I've seen every episode of Family Guy, but I don't remember that.
She clearly seems like she's the one in charge when she opens this door. The other girl, Janine, she's 17, and she has this energy that's similar to those side girl in the movies. That one follower of the mean girl who just follows the main character mean girl around, smirking in the background while she's bullying other people. That is the 17-year-old Janine's aura. Bruh. Antonetta leans up against the door frame. Janine, the side character, is like behind her, leaning up against the wall. Her hip is popped out on one side.
Hey, this is Detective Poppy, Sergeant Poppy. Hi, nice to meet you. We know that there was like an incident that happened earlier today. Has anyone called you about it since?
No. Was somebody supposed to?
Well, we just got another call about it. So I guess the girl went to the hospital and she died.
She died?
She's dead.
Both of them are quiet for like a moment. Janine, the little follower girl, her hand is still propped up against the wall. She's not even phased. She doesn't even change her position. She has the reaction of someone telling her that a random person on the other side of the world is dead. Actually, less reaction than that. The officers continue.
So, but we know that there was like an altercation that happened beforehand.
Yeah, that was mutual and she came here.
Yeah, we understand that.
Yeah.
So, but because of it,
I'm going to kill anybody.
Yeah.
I'm not that person.
I get it.
Yeah.
But because of that, we have to kind of talk to you guys and get a more formal statement.
about that.
Yeah.
That was not my intention. I've been going
What?
through a lot. I have bipolar depression, and I'm just going through a lot right now. And you
Girly
know,
pod.
I came here from up north with my fiance. That's him.
Actually,
I came here with my fiance. Yeah. So I came
Are you
here,
his sister? His
yeah,
sister? Okay.
sister. I came here with my fiance to start a new life, buy a house, everything like that, and I never expected him to basically cheat on me with someone at the workplace. You know what I'm saying?
It was not the reaction
What
most
the
people were expecting when Antonetta is told that her fiance's love interest is dead, especially when she's the one responsible.
That's so crazy. Like, what? To not even, like, act, to not even, like, pretend that you're remorseful is crazy.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Network to End Domestic Violence, a nonprofit organization dedicated to creating a social, political, and economic environment
Hi, baby,
in
you're
which
fine.
partner-related,
Actually, you know what?
workplace-related,
Do
and
I wanna have,
stalking
like, a
violence no
bar
longer
right here?
exists. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Now, with that being said, let's get started. What does one do when they find out that their partner is cheating on them? One person said that they held a mock funeral for their relationship to mourn the death of their marriage. They went
That's
and
funny.
they buried all of their photos together. They held eulogies with all of their friends for what the relationship was like in their lives, and then they walked away to grieve. Another person
That's
said
funny.
they just immediately started throwing everything out of the house. That was the only appropriate response she felt in that moment. She just wanted to get rid of everything that had to do with him. Gone. Go away. There needed to be a new space that was untainted by their
I
whole
kind of mixed
relationship.
it.
Antonetta, on the other hand, had quite a unique reaction, I guess you could say. Antonetta and Daniel had been together for the past 5 years. They have a child together, and for the past 5 years, ever since she became a mom to his baby, this is her main priority. All she does when she wakes up till the moment that she hits the bed and goes to sleep is think about her 2 babies. So she has one with Daniel and another one from a previous relationship. She doesn't have time for her friends anymore. She doesn't have time for her family. She has nobody but Daniel and their kids. And maybe Daniel's little
Is there
sister,
one that
Janine.
matches?
That's it. Antonetta feels like she's
Ooh,
gotten
there is.
even more isolated because they moved all the way from Buffalo, New York, down to Georgia to
Perfect.
start this new life. And one day she's cooking, cleaning, working from home, taking care of the kids, when Daniel's little 17-year-old sister, Janine, turns to her and says, "Oh, and I forgot to tell you, Daniel is cheating on you." This just confirmed what Antonetta has been feeling since they
Oh.
moved to Georgia. She knew it. She could feel it in her intuition. And this is going to make her lose her mind. She says, "I work from home. I'm in this house 24/7. I cook, clean, and work. That's all I do all day long. It's probably why I lost my mind." "What do you mean he's cheating on me?" She has no family's house to stay at. She just has Daniel. That's it. And he's over there cheating with the manager of his workplace. She says, "I put all my eggs in one
Bruh.
basket just for this to happen." I don't know. I don't know what Antonetta was expecting when she confronts Daniel. Maybe she thought that he was going to grab her leg and beg her to stay. Promise he'll never
that
do it
was
again.
good.
But instead, he says, "The
Lmao
love interest
situation.
has been gone, Antonetta, okay? It's gone, and it's not the other girl's fault. Our problems are
Oh.
deep, okay? We got a kid
A
and
mature
everything,
response.
so, like, I have a kid with you. I'm gonna respect
Shocking.
you regardless." This is his quote. "But if I'm not with you, then I don't have to do that part anymore,
Oops.
the romantic part. I'm just gonna take care of my kid,
So you know what?
and
I
if you
want it all
need
to be
help, I
different.
will help you."
Oh, like he's trying to break up?
Yes.
Wow.
Daniel explains his side of the story. He feels like he's not even cheating on Antonetta. He thought the feeling was pretty mutual. It was understood by both parties that they're not getting along, that they're just together right now physically for the kids. He says, "This is like crazy to me. Like, it's not like this fresh, like, I'm over here cheating on this woman. I'm not. This has been a toxic environment, and she's just been trying to figure out what to do. I've been trying to figure out what to do, but she doesn't want nobody to leave. And I'm telling her, like, I'll leave. I'll live in my car. I will do whatever. But it's just like, I've been through this before. Antonetta used me, abused me mentally, and I was in the wrong because I'm a man. Like, I'm not gonna do that again. I refuse. This is not happening.
What part of Georgia are they?
Buford, Georgia? Antonetta feels betrayed. She just found out that Daniel cheated on her with someone from work named Ashley, and she feels devastated. Daniel, on the other hand, feels like it's not cheating because their relationship hasn't been good for a very long time, and that they should both just move on. Daniel's like,
girl, you should have talked to her.
But that is not what ends up happening. Because within 48 hours, Ashley, the woman from Daniel's workplace, will end up dead. There's a saying that a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. The last ones to be seen with Ashley, the quote-unquote other woman, were Antonetta and Janine. So naturally, they're brought into the police station to be questioned. Because how did Ashley go from being completely fine in the morning, meeting up with the two of them outside of Daniel's apartment, and then being immediately hospitalized? The two girls, 27-year-old Antonetta, Daniel's fiance and the mother of his child, and 17-year-old Janine, Daniel's little sister and Antonetta's sister-in-law, are sitting in separate police interrogation rooms. And Antonetta tells the police officers, I haven't slept since last night. Like, I've just had a really long day and night, and I understand this is all voluntary, so I kind of, like, wanted to know, you know, or if I could just, like, is it gonna be much longer? Can I come back or something? The officer tells her, no, we need you to stay.
Bitch.
As in, I have to stay? Okay. I think this is when Antonetta starts realizing how serious this is. Because immediately after she has read her rights, she states,
well, I do want to
I love doing home design. Being an interior decorator was a thing that I considered doing at one point.
Don't go out looking to harm anybody. That's not my
One that
intention.
fits better. Actually, I could just shove it in the wall.
Anything that has happened with that young lady. I will also say that, you know, it wasn't my intention to even get into an altercation with her today. She came over to my place of residence looking for my fiance. We argued. I was hit. We fought. I feel really bad, but, you know, I don't know. I'm just, you know, it's just too much.
So she asked for an attorney, and then she went on to share all of this.
Yes. She does not reveal
I
or
love
answer
when people
many
do
other
that.
questions
It's so
after
funny.
that. In terms of what a criminal defense attorney would want to see in a client, she's not bad. She's not the worst. She doesn't respond to anything. This is pretty much it. But as always, the group is only as strong as its weakest link. In the next room over, 17-year-old Janine has read her rights, and then she's asked about what happened that day. As she's being read her Miranda rights, she looks very serious. Her energy is similar to that of Antonetta's. Like, she's comprehending the seriousness, the gravity of this situation. And then she's asked, so tell us what happened. That's when she cracks a smile, flips her hair, and starts using her hands to narrate this whole story. So, like, let me start where I lead it, okay?
Since I've been down here, they haven't been on good terms. So, you know, arguments back to back. So, like, we just came back from Florida, like, not too long ago, from her mom's wedding. And we left on bad terms with everybody, because my brother got into a, you know, incident with her stepdad. So, ever since that happened, and we left Florida, it's just been rockier. It's just been worse
I need a
arguments.
divider, though.
Yeah. Sorry, I just couldn't. You're fine. Okay.
They're all too big.
What?
She keeps covering her mouth like she's laughing. Like, you know when you do the index finger to the mouth to cover your mouth because you're giggling about something so hilarious? She's flipping her hair, using her hand to narrate. I will be honest, she sounds very normal, and that's the alarming part, because she's in an interrogation room, but she sounds like every other normal person giving a little story time on TikTok.
It's so bizarre.
My brother, him being a man, cheats.
she's practically giddy.
He thinks it's okay to cheat, so, you know.
It's so eerie.
So
Gives me the chills, honestly.
Cheating with and stuff. Now, me and my stepsister, I mean, not my stepsister, my sister-in-law, we're very close, like, so close, like, you understand. Like, she's more of a sister to me than my brother's a brother to me, you know? Yeah. So, like, we're very close. Yeah. So, once he told me, I was just like, ooh, I just felt her. It's girl code. Yes, right?
Like she's giggling and stuff? Like,
The whole time she's laughing and giggling. She's flipping her hair. She's like,
Oh.
hee hee hee.
That's
The
too
police
big.
keep egging her on. Yeah, of course, it's girl code. Literally, the detective is playing into this. So then she puts her hand on the table
Oh
and she
no,
keeps
she's
covering her
not
mouth.
smart.
Especially when, right after he told her, after he told me what he was doing, he wanted to do it with her. So I was just like, I'm about to tell her. So she won't do it with him. So I let a few days go by because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to stir up the pot because I already know they had problems. So I'm like, maybe it'll come to light
Sure.
before I have to say anything. Obviously it did, but I still told her. So 2 days prior before this day,
Come on, there has to be a fucking divider in here. God damn it.
and Daniel did something to her to make her upset. So we were talking or whatever. And I was
Yeah,
like,
shit, dumb.
oh, I forgot to tell you. No, I didn't forget, but that's it, you know. So I was like, told her what happened. He explained, you know, cheated or whatever. She was like, oh, really? She's upset or whatever. I was like, don't tell him that because he's going to be mad at me. Right. Okay, so after that, he explained how the girl looked to me though, and you know, earlier Puerto Rican skinny girl.
So again, the way she's talking is so normal.
It's so
I feel
weird.
like this is how I would talk, maybe not in this setting, in this context, but if I was just talking to a girlfriend about something unserious.
So
something
weird.
that happened at the grocery store that resulted in no negative consequences.
Yeah.
I accidentally bumped into my sister with my cart and we got into a little argument.
yeah.
She uses her finger to emphasize words as well. The next day, we went to the store last night. We went to the store last night to Quick Trip. Quick Trip is like right there.
It really is like she's
Does
filming
she
a YouTube
not
video or something.
understand that she's being interrogated for murder or what's going on?
No, she does not understand clearly. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but she
Okay.
doesn't
That's so
understand.
weird.
But I think beyond that, it's fascinating because I do see a lot of comments on her very now since gone viral interrogation clips of people saying, hey, I'm 17, and if I'm even near the vicinity of a police officer,
Yeah.
I'm
I'm not
stressed.
talking like my regular Gen Z self. Like, I am suddenly very professional. No, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Especially
Yeah.
someone died. So even if she doesn't think that she's responsible, still like
Yes.
that's a very weird demeanor, right?
It's very strange. It's truly just a story time on TikTok.
Yeah.
So then she explains with her finger.
That's exactly what she's
so after
talking
that,
like.
he explained how
So
the girl
weird.
looked to me though, and you know, curly hair, Puerto Rican, skinny girl. So I was like, all right, explain to Antonetta. The next day, we went to the store last night. We went to the store last night to Quick Trip. Quick Trip
Maybe?
is like right there, you know. Quick Trip is like a gas station, by the way. Side note. So we walked to the Quick Trip, and as we were walking, both of them are walking together from Quick Trip. So they're just now leaving,
Wish it was
and
a
we're just
different
now
color.
coming. So Antonetta's like, is that Daniel walking by? So now she runs to him and is like, who is this? So he's like, oh, it's my coworker or whatever. Mind you, before we walked to Quick Trip, we asked him, when you go on your break, can you take me to the store? He said he couldn't leave on his break. So when we saw them walking, it was like, you just said you couldn't leave on your break, but now
Well,
you're walking
he's-
with her to the store. So she's upset now.
Okay.
I mean, you wouldn't take me to
Clingy
the store, and
much?
now you're walking with the girl. She just explained to how she looked, and she fit the description of the other woman. So you know she's upset. They go arguing outside. So we finally got her to calm down. We went to the car, and then when that happened, the other girl,
Bro.
Ashley, was like, basically trying to argue with Antonetta. Because you know
So clingy.
how upset her attitude was. So, you know, she didn't want to seem like a little softie in front of my brother. So, you know, arguing. And then she walked away. I went to her and I was just like, listen, the problem, I explained to her the problem because I guess she was just I don't know if she was his manager or his coworker, I don't know. But I explained to her the problem or whatever and let her know, like, it's my brother and you're basically, you fit the description of the girl that he was cheating on her with. So yeah, that's why it's a problem now. And she's like, oh, what did that guy do to me? Acting like she wasn't my brother. But we know. So after that, he went home. They weren't very good. They didn't go to sleep until like a good 10 a.m. in the morning.
It just feels
so after
Halloween-y.
that, she's kicking Daniel or whatever. She doesn't want to live with him anymore. She's kicking him out. Either he's gonna leave or she's gonna leave. And you know, she's gotta leave with the kids and everything, so it just makes sense.
Bro,
if
he needs
just
to
left.
run quickly.
So he's getting kicked out or whatever. And then I guess
He's surrounded by
she was
crazy
coming to see
people.
him. Ashley was coming to see him. He was getting kicked out. I don't know. I wasn't in those messages. I'm not sure what was, that was. But I guess she was coming to see him because he was getting kicked out. And Tanetta saw those messages. And the way Janine leans over, she's like leaning on the arm of her chair now. And she looks like she's giving the officers the energy of, now get this. Like, when you tell a story and you move your body to kind of narrate and you lean in closer so that the audience gets the attention a little bit more, like, hold on, it's about to get crazy.
Anytime I see the cops,
like, you have something so juicy to tell your friends
for no reason, because I'm never doing anything bad. But for some reason, my brain just is like, nope, you're gonna get arrested.
Saved me from her the other day. No, that's how it was. So she's coming. So it's Netta and me. We go, and she comes to the house. Big fight. So
The boyfriend's getting kicked out.
Yes, Janine's version of the story is that her brother, Daniel, is getting kicked out of the house. And I guess he was texting Ashley, his manager, that he is also in a romantic relationship with, that he's getting kicked out, and she said, I'm gonna come pick you up. I'm gonna come see you. So she's on the way to Daniel's apartment, and Antonetta and Janine read those messages and decide, you know what? Let's beat her up.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Okay.
Yes. And big
Why would they not be mad at the
Janine
brother?
is
Okay, of course they're not gonna be
smiling
mad at
while
the brother.
she's
They're not
making her
reasonable,
eyes big
but
to emphasize
still.
just how serious this big fight is. But at the same time, she's relaxed and smiling as if, again, she's just sharing a wild little TikTok story time. And she continues to recount all the things that they did to Ashley with this very nonchalant smile on her face. She smiles and she tells the detectives in the room.
She's so
I
creepy.
never, out of all fights I've been in, I never saw somebody talk shit during a fight. Like, while you're gonna be up talking shit. I never met somebody that ever.
What was she saying?
She was just like,
Bro, what?
Shit talking. Oh,
I could use a
is it
curtain.
all true? That's why he's no longer me.
No.
Just shit like that.
Yeah.
Out there.
Can't use anything
And
that's
then, like,
against the wall. It's too difficult.
It was just such a weird fight. Like, she was just like, she just
Grr.
kept on talking. Then she was like, aren't you his sister? And it was just laughing all types of shit. It was just weird. She was a weird person. Never.
Yeah,
I
she's
was
the
like,
weird
okay.
one in this
Ashley came over to pick him up.
situation.
Yes.
When was the fight happening?
Outside, they met her downstairs. Ashley was walking to pick up Daniel.
And where's Daniel?
Inside sleeping. Oh, it's gonna get crazy because
He's
none
just
of
Was
this
this
is
asleep the
all
whole
happening
time?
while Daniel
Oh
is
my
sleeping?
god.
Yes, because he was not actually getting kicked out. Oh yeah.
What?
It's all gonna make sense in a second. This is
Okay.
Janine's version of the story to the police,
Oy
and the police
vey.
are already putting together, this doesn't make sense with what we've discovered.
Oh.
So this is not the most accurate version of events. This is
Okay.
Janine's version of events. Their detectives are laughing with her. They're joking around with her. I mean, Detective Carter really nailed this one in the interrogation. I don't even know how to explain it. The way that she is instantly so buddy-buddy with Janine, the way that she built rapport is probably one of the more impressive ones I've seen so far.
I was supposed to judge you. You
W.
were like, I never been
W
to that before.
detective.
Like, girl, you just leave your house. Like, oh my god. Like, no.
Good play,
And so she's
detective.
joking around with her, even when she explains
Masterful
how, they
gambit,
took Ashley's
sir.
phone. So Janine
Well
is like,
done.
during the fight, we took Ashley, the other woman's phone, because Ashley has a husband. So we were gonna tell the husband that she's cheating on her husband with Daniel, who's cheating on Antonetta. And it's all funny for the detectives. The detectives are laughing with her like it's the funniest thing in the world, until it's not. So we're gonna have to book you into jail. Your charge is gonna be aggravated battery, all right, for the fight. So basically just a little more serious than just a regular battery. So what's up with Antonetta? Same thing. So you're clear on your charges, Janine? So it's robbery. Janine's mouth drops open.
Robbery? What? Robbery?
Yeah.
We didn't steal her phone. We took it so she could come to the house.
Oh, you took it.
Yeah, she got her phone back.
Oh, you didn't steal it. You just took it.
Okay.
And once the police tell her, yeah, okay, that's robbery, she covers her mouth and starts laughing. Like, oh, literally.
This is the easiest way to decorate the kitchen because it's so hard to fucking find everything when you actually want to decorate.
You'd be charged with murder.
Oops.
Me? That's too bad.
That's too
Yeah,
bad.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
No. What?
And she starts wagging her finger in the air. No. Murder? I barely laid hands on her.
That's her realization.
Yeah, that's her realization, and she keeps trying to argue that it wasn't murder.
Girl.
But the whole time she's like half laughing. Later, when they take pictures of her, she's posing. She's not drunk, by drunk,
What
a
the
lot of
hell?
people have compared her to Stephanie Malgoza, the drunk driver that killed the couple that we covered recently.
Yeah.
But she's not drunk.
She's not.
Dude,
under
she's
any-
sober.
No.
That's all ego. That's wild.
It's just the most bizarre interrogation, and the way that she's sitting there, she keeps talking to herself after they leave the room. So they tell her charges, they leave the room, and she just keeps going, me. And she's thinking. Sometimes I see that she looks stressed because we got the original full interrogation clip from the police. Sometimes it looks like she is about to feel how serious the situation is. But then she'll start talking to herself again like, me? In jail? No.
What?
What the hell?
What the?
Yeah, it's,
How long was she in there for? Like an hour, 2 hours?
the whole interrogation, I want to say the
It's so
actual when
fucking
she's talking
bizarre,
to the
dude.
detectives was maybe like 30, 45 minutes. She's in there for a good 2 hours.
Yes.
There's about
Oh
30
my
minutes
God,
in the
that's
beginning
exactly what I
before she
needed.
even talks to the detectives where she's just singing. She's singing in the interrogation room.
Oh.
Like
She's singing.
Like random
No, like
songs?
full on Hotline Bling by Drake.
He says all I do is wonder if you bending up backwards for someone else. Wonder if you running up a backwards for someone else. Doing things I touch you getting nasty for someone else.
What?
She's using finger guns
Girl,
and everything. I think
what
that's why
the
a lot of people think
hell?
that she is reminiscent of Stephanie Malgoza.
30 minutes of singing. The police came in, talked
Story time.
and then told her that she is gonna be charged for murder.
Then she's left alone for about another 20 minutes where she's just kind of talking to herself, and at certain points it seems like she's getting serious, but then she'll start yapping to herself again about like, me in jail? No. And then she'll
There
put
we
her
go.
head in her hands.
I think food might be here, chat. Alright, let's pause really fast so I can go grab my foods. Okay, pause with me. Pause on 3, 2, 1, pause. Okay. We'll be back in 1 second, okay? back. I have food. Okay. Here we go. Let's play on 3, 2, 1. Play.
They'll give you close when you get there. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Bad outfit. Bad outfit. It's like, let me change, please.
And then they come back in to take pictures of her, to take pictures of if she has any injuries or cuts, scratches, bruising, because there was an altercation previously. And she starts kind of posing and giggling.
Oh, we're only a third of the way through
let me be
this.
serious, let me be serious.
No freaking
Yeah.
way.
Gotta take pictures of you, I know. But you wait and text yourself, you know.
Oh my god.
Get your arms down. Is she posing?
She's acting like she's in trouble in the principal's office.
No, that's fine. No big deal. It's just for us. If you'll turn and face that one for me. Thank you.
Even when they're handcuffing her, she's like making jokes.
She's acting like she's getting detention.
Just talking about how her bracelets were handcrafted in Africa, and then she has to give them up, and then she's like, ooh, like, oh my gosh, this tight. After
We got time.
Antonetta and Janine's fight that Janine just told the detectives all about, Ashley died in the hospital from her injuries. And so yes, now both of them are getting charged with murder. So just before Antonetta and Janine are brought into the police station, 4 people in Ashley's life
was
are
munching his
reacting
back.
to the news of Ashley's death, and they're all vastly different reactions. Daniel is standing in the hallway of that apartment after Antonetta and Janine are taken to the police station. He's in the hallway with 2 detectives. He's showing them his phone, showing them all the text messages Antonetta sent to Ashley. He's saying, Antonetta took my phone while I was asleep and lied about me getting kicked out to lure Ashley to the apartment to beat her up.
Dude.
He tries to explain to the detectives that he
What the
was
fuck?
checking in with Ashley, but she clearly does not want to talk to him. So after the fight, he keeps texting her like, are you okay? Are you okay? I need to see you. And she just seems over him. He just wants to know. He's reassuring the detectives. Is she hurt? Like, real bad?
I'm not gonna make a show. I'm not gonna go and yell. I'm not gonna go call her. I just want to know.
Yeah, we got a call from the hospital a while ago, and she actually passed away.
I will say
I feel really
Daniel's
bad for him.
reaction is very difficult to witness. He immediately steps down the stairs, walks straight up to the male detective that just told him the news, almost like he's about to start a fight. But he's begging.
Bro, stop playing with me,
No,
please.
seriously.
Please stop playing with me. Please stop playing with me.
Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. Breathe, breathe, breathe,
Bruh.
breathe,
Please stop playing with me. I
breathe,
think this
breathe.
always-
Look at me, look at me.
It's always.
Bro.
They keep having to tell him, just relax, breathe, and he keeps begging them, please stop playing with me. I can't breathe, holy sh-. He starts walking back into his apartment and he sounds hysterical. The authorities have to remind him to be mindful of his babies. They're still in there. They don't need to be traumatized.
I'm never going to find that again, bro.
Hey, man. Hey, come here. Come on the couch and sit down. We know it's hard.
It's actually
So sad.
very difficult to listen to.
I'm so
The
fucking sad,
authorities
dude.
are trying to calm him down. I know this is hard, but at the end of the day, you still have your child in here, okay? And even as the authorities are on their way to leave,
Dude, I feel-
Daniel stops them and he cries to them, I don't know what to do.
What?
I don't know what to do. What do you mean you don't know what to do? I don't know what to do
Bro,
right now. I don't know what to do right now. I don't know what to do.
I don't know why the fuck I just did that.
Look, Daniel, we gotta, I hate to leave you right now because you don't have anybody else, but we gotta, I don't know what to fucking do right now. Damn, what the f-
Sorry. OBS said, lighten the mood.
The detectives then ask about his work schedule, which I think brings him to another pretty harsh reality of not only is the girl that he was falling in love with been murdered, but the kid's mom, the mother of his child, is gone because she's the killer. The police ask him, do you work tomorrow, or
God, I feel
you said you
so
work only
fucking
at
bad
nights
for him.
primarily? I work at night. I'm not even... How am I gonna fucking do this? Listen, you just gotta take a breath and give yourself some time. Do you have any other siblings you can call? No, I don't have anybody. Someone you can call and talk on the phone with? No. The authorities leave him alone with his children.
Bro, that's so
now,
fucking sad.
In the same town, there is another man who has a strong reaction to the news of Ashley's death as well.
Her husband?
Her fiance is in the hospital with detectives. Today is Ashley's fiance's birthday. Ashley is dead on his birthday. So the detectives don't know how much this man knows. They don't know if he knows that Ashley was having an affair, but pretty quickly on, you can tell that he was in the dark. He doesn't know that she was seeing a man named Daniel. I just don't get it. There's no reason why anybody would want to do this to her, and it was just random. I don't know why. She was going out to get me a birthday cake. That's what she said. Today was my birthday. She was going out to get me a birthday cake, and it just happened, you know? And we have a 7-year-old son, and I have to go to my son and break the news.
I feel bad for both of the dudes.
He explains
but also kind of fuck her for cheating.
8 months prior, they moved back to Georgia
But she doesn't deserve this.
in New York because his mom had passed away. She was very sick. They wanted to be with his mother who lived in Georgia. And now 8 months later, this happens. Just no reason.
Dude.
It doesn't make sense. He tells detectives that all of them are originally from New York. His mom moved down to Georgia first, and they came because they thought, quote, New York, I mean, you see all the random shootings, beatings, stabbings. We thought, we don't need this. And everything we did was just for our son, but now we come back to Georgia and deal with the same that we tried to leave, you know what I mean? I never felt safe having my child and her alone in the city in New York because of shit like this. And now we come over here and I make sure we find a gated community so we're a little more safer. They actually all live in the same community. They live in the same apartment complex. Gated. It's like a massive apartment complex. Ashley and her fiance live on the other side. Daniel, Antonetta, and Janine, who's visiting, live on the other side. And like this happens, so it's like we're not safe anywhere. I tried my best to give my family the best I can, the best chance possible, and it didn't work. This just blows my mind. We live in a gated community that's supposed to prevent this from happening. Unwanted people in the community, and then this happens. I can't even tell you why this would happen. I have no clue. I go to work every day. All I do is work and come home. That's all I do. So, you know, if I had any slight idea of what could have caused this, but I don't even know. We literally both work and go home every day. That's it. She works overnight at Floor and Decor. She restocks and organizes and all that kind of stuff. And I told her not to work. But she was one of those, I want to have my own. I want to be independent. I don't want you doing everything for us. And I told her, but you don't have to work. I don't care that you don't help me. I'm the man of the house. We have a child together. I want to provide for you guys. But she was real persistent. She was like, no, I want to help. I didn't like her working though, especially overnight. But I was just trying to comfort her and let her know that everything's going to be okay. You're going to be fine.
Bro.
I was walking her through that everything the doctor had told me. I told her, okay, so you got a little bleeding. They said they're gonna check it out. Let's see if they can fix it here. I'm trying to reassure her everything is good. Everything is good.
What does he know so far?
He believes that she was randomly attacked.
And is she still currently alive?
She's dead now.
Does he know that?
He knows she's passed, but he has no idea that she was not randomly attacked. He thinks this was a random attack.
Oh my god,
in the gated neighborhood. And the police, I mean, it does seem like they feel a little bit more awkward about the situation because I think they know, but I don't think that they have confirmation of the affair. So these are different detectives from the one that are talking to Antonetta, Janine, and Daniel. So they're not confirmed that there was a relationship involved, so they can't tell him that yet.
Right.
So just to be clear, just to your understanding, this looks to you like there's just a random beating for no reason?
That's so sad.
She said she doesn't know who the girls are. She said she walked out the building and saw 2 girls room. And they look suspicious. They look like they were up to no good.
Dude. I feel so fucking bad for him.
Approached her, started putting drugs yet.
Without saying anything.
Without saying anything. So, I don't know.
Okay.
You know, and I feel like I'm to blame. You know, because it's my birthday and she was never went out there to get me a cake. Maybe that's what it mattered. You know, but I have to. Because it's like, I just feel like
You can't do that. It's gonna eat at you for forever. It's like, you never predicted this. You didn't see this coming.
The police try to ask a bit more about their personal lives, and her fiance responds, I mean, the past few days I've been accusing her of cheating on me because of, you know, like she accused me of cheating on her and I accused her of cheating on me, but for some reason, I don't know, previously in our 10 years together, previously I did hook up and cheat in New York, in New York. So nothing here, you haven't done anything here. No, nothing here. Ever since that day, you know, she's always gotcha. But we always got over it. We knew it was petty. We like to get in under each other's skin. We've been together for so long. Like for my girl, Ashley, if like some girl smiles at me, right, she's like, oh, what was that about? She gets extremely jealous. But we spent the last few days rekindling and I was apologizing for all this bullshit because at the end of the day, family is everything. He says, I can't even comprehend it. I don't get it. I still don't get it. I have no clue why this happened. And that's just what's killing me. When she told me one of the girls bit her on the face, I'm like, that sounds pretty personal. Somebody just doesn't bite somebody for nothing, you know?
Yeah.
I just want her back. She's been with me for 10 years. We've been together for 10 years. We've known each other since being the 8th grade. I had a crush on her since the 8th grade.
Dude.
Today is my birthday. 8 days from today is our 10-year anniversary. We had plans. I already reserved a restaurant for our anniversary. We had plans for Christmas. We had so many plans. I mean, she's not that kind of woman that would back down from anybody. And that's just one thing that I really hated about her because I kind of need peace, you know, I want her safe, but that's just her mentality. We're from the Bronx. It's pretty depressing when the police leave him in the small little hospital room. So during the whole questioning with the police, he stays a little emotionless. There are times where he breaks down.
That's because he's just in shock.
Pull him back and redirect the question. I don't think they want him to get too emotional because they need answers. So they keep redirecting the questions and he keeps having these moments where he needs to collect himself. But
things
overall,
are good.
He's able to hold it together very well until they leave that hospital room, and on the body cam, you can hear him instantly break down into just hysterical sobs. They don't tell him though. They don't tell him that she knew those
so
girls.
fucking
They don't
sad.
tell him that there might be someone else in the picture. Or at least not in this moment. Antonetta and Janine are told right before being brought into the police station. And like I said from earlier this episode, their reaction is very mild. Antonetta's first thought was how she's been having a hard time. And Janine, in the police station, she thinks this is all hilarious. Some of my favorite wholesome videos to watch online are the ones where people who speak multiple languages but don't look like it will randomly break out into full sentences, surprising everyone around them. And almost always the unsuspecting native speakers in the videos are shocked, but also happy, elated even, because learning a language is so much more than just communicating. It shows that there's
Alright, time to put this shit. Oh wait, I need a fridge.
I've been learning Chinese from my husband's side of the family, and actually I was talking with a friend and
Time for the kitty to eat.
that they should surprise their grandma for the holidays by learning her native language using Rosetta Stone. She just started practicing and is hoping to surprise her Nana by holding a full conversation in French by Christmas time. With Rosetta Stone, this is a fun little holiday gift that you can give as well. Whether you're surprising a loved one with your own abilities or gifting a membership, brushing up on a past language, or even starting from scratch, Rosetta Stone is the most trusted language learning program available on desktop or as an app. It truly immerses you in the language that you want to learn, but most importantly, Rosetta Stone encourages fast language learning
Yup.
through an intuitive process.
No, it's such a
designed
problem
for
with the
long-term
fucking
retention.
managers.
The built-in true accent coach gives you feedback on your pronunciation.
Every
which is
time
basically a personal trainer for
an
your
OF
accent.
girl signs on with a
Because for
fucking
30
management
years,
company and
Rosetta
Angel
Stone
loses
has
its
been the most
wings.
trusted language learning platform with millions of users worldwide. And don't worry, if French is not your thing, they have 25 different languages to choose from, such as Korean, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, Arabic. Not that you have to choose though, because with Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership, you get access to all 25 language courses for the rest of your life. A lifetime supply of unlimited access to 25 languages for any future trips or language
Yeah, essentially
needs in
just
life.
pimps.
Don't put off learning that language. There's no better time than right now to get started. Rotten Mango listeners can get Rosetta Stone's
But, like,
lifetime membership for 50%
at least pimps
Visit RosettaStone.com
have a client list.
/Rotten. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life.
I'd argue they're worse
50%
than
off at
pimps.
RosettaStone.com /Rotten today.
Yeah, it's super rare.
As many of you guys know, I've never been a big drinker. My stomach is already so sensitive to certain foods and drinks that I can never really bounce back the next day. It just ruins the whole next day. A sip of champagne for New Year's, it doesn't matter if it's a toast for the wedding, I always end up regretting it, which is very unfortunate because I think I love the experience and the taste of a red wine with a steak or a glass of ice wine for dessert. But those regrets are now gone because I found ZBiotics, a pre-alcohol probiotic drink that actually works. Their probiotic was
He's hiding
invented by
under me,
PhD scientists
cleaning his
to
little
tackle
beans.
rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut.
Where you going, sir?
It's this byproduct, not the dehydration, that's to blame for your rough next day. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. This is a proactive solution that wards off feeling miserable the next day instead of a reactive approach like drinking electrolytes or
Oh, of course,
getting
now
greasy
there's more
food.
fucking
My
barriers.
first time trying ZBiotics was actually during Chuseok, which is the Korean equivalent to Thanksgiving. I drank their pre-alcohol probiotic before my family brought over this pig.
Does everyone have something like a Thanksgiving?
It's like a rice-based drink, and normally I'd be regretting it the next morning. But the next morning I woke up and I felt like every other morning, and it was kind of crazy. I was almost convinced it was the Korean rice drink. But then I had a glass of wine after ZBiotics. It's the ZBiotics. Honestly, ZBiotics is a game changer. Even if you're not a big drinker like me, it's always so good and worth it to have a supply just in case, especially for your friends. Go to zbiotics.com/rotten to learn more and get 15% off your first order when you use rotten at checkout. ZBiotics is backed with a 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're unsatisfied for any reason at all, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/rotten and use the code ROTTEN at checkout for 15% off. Thank you, ZBiotics, for sponsoring this episode and our good times. Meanwhile, the detectives are
Makes it look way more
from both
interesting.
sides, from the hospital and now the detectives that are in the police station talking to Antonetta and Janine. They're trying to get the full picture of what's been going on.
Computer.
Earlier that day, Ashley and her fiance had walked into an emergency room. The nurses at the emergency room are talking to each other about how to handle this new patient. Because Ashley's injuries and what she's saying happened, none of them really make sense. The nurses see these large blotches all over her face, head, upper torso. I mean, these are some pretty bad bruises. Her entire face is swollen, puffy. She has bite marks on her body, her face, her legs, her back. She clearly has a black eye. She looks what appears to be bite marks on her cheek. Scrape marks all over her shoulders like she was dragged. Like somebody dragged her shoulders onto the concrete outside. Her elbows are completely scraped up. Her knees are bleeding. Other notes on her medical chart include possible collapsed lung, patient in need of a CT scan, evidence of a lacerated liver.
Oh.
There's not much explanation on how she got these injuries that don't include severe abuse. At least none that the nurses can think of. They ask the man that she's come into the emergency room with, her fiance, and he explains to her that he was at work when she called him, stating that she just got jumped. She got jumped and it all happened so fast, she didn't even have a chance to do anything. It was just, they ganged up on her and she doesn't know why. He was rightfully so concerned for her that he leaves work, comes home, she's on the bed just gasping for air, saying she can't breathe, she can't
Hi,
breathe,
puppy.
she can't breathe. He keeps asking her, what happened? Like, what do you mean you just got jumped? What happened? She's trying to explain to him what happened, but she can't even finish her sentence without stopping. Hold on, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. She does have a pre-existing heart condition, so it could
She has
be
a
that.
collapsed lung.
He gets her dressed, rushes her to the emergency room, but as they're leaving, she's throwing up. It's red blood. The entire time in the car, he keeps telling her, trying to comfort her, it's all right, we're almost there. That's what he explains to the nurses, which only gives them more confirmation. Yeah, we gotta call the police. This is weird.
Did they think it was him at the hospital?
They might have, because it's just weird. The whole thing, none of this makes sense.
They called the police because they feel like there was something a lot darker here.
Yes, either it could be him, which is a natural thought until you realize what happened, right? It could have been somebody else, or those two girls that randomly jumped her, they still need to get arrested, because you can't just randomly jump somebody. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So they call the police, but it's very tricky when the patient does not want the police involved. In fact, she tells the officers on the phone she doesn't even know why the nurses called them in the first place. She says, it's fine, the situation is just
If I'm the cops, I'm absolutely showing up
but she
then.
doesn't want to press charges. It's not that big of a deal. She's just waiting for a taxi. This is what she tells the police. She was waiting for a taxi when these two women walk up towards her, behaving suspiciously, and they start whispering to each other, and the only thing that she hears them say is, yeah, she matches the description. And they just start jumping her, beating her. She said she doesn't know who they are, why they randomly attacked her. They probably mistook her for somebody else, is her best guess. But obviously, the police don't really believe her. In fact, they have several reports that indicate that this was a very personal attack. The police just try to verify with her, but once again, you don't want the police involved?
You don't want anything done? You are all good? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Well, I really hope you feel better, and if you have any more questions for me, just call the Gwinnett County Police Department and ask for Officer King. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
She's not going to get the chance to, because after the CT scans, the doctors realize her injuries are so much worse than they thought. She has extensive blunt force trauma to the head, which has led to hemorrhaging in the brain. She ends up passing away. Her cause of death is listed as generalized trauma. Her manner of death is homicide. Clearly, Antonetta and Janine did something to her, but exactly what? Just 3 hours prior,
There we go.
before her passing, a call comes into 911 from a leasing agent at the apartment complex, Preston Hills Apartments. The leasing agent is on the phone with 911, and she's almost live updating the operator on what's going on at the apartment complex right now. First, she's explaining she's driving into work, and in the parking lot, in the distance, like on the back road of this apartment complex, she sees what looks like a big dog on the ground or something. I don't know, it looked like a pet. But as she drives closer, she sees, oh, it's not a pet. It's two girls on the ground fighting. It's a bunch of people fighting. It does not look like standing around and arguing either. They're on the ground, the concrete. They're kicking, slamming, punching. They're down on the ground. And naturally, the leasing agent has zero intention of getting out of the car. But she's still brave. She's rolling by in her car, these three people fighting, and she tells them to stop the fight. One of them looks up at her, pauses, and goes back to slamming down the other girl's head onto the cold concrete, onto the pavement. The leasing agent drives to our office, immediately calls 911, and she remembers seeing one person sitting on top of Ashley. At this point, Ashley is forced to lay on her stomach on the cold concrete floor. Somebody is sitting on top of her, holding her down onto the ground while simultaneously punching her, slamming her head around, physically grabbing at her head, pulling it around, punching it. Just so much is happening, and the third person is standing next to the two, and it looks like she's recording on their phone. And then she'll randomly go in and just kick Ashley while she's down on the ground, and then go back to recording. The leasing agent tells the operator they're jumping her. I mean, it's so clear. This girl, Ashley, is not fighting back. She's down. She's a small girl. They're jumping her. And she also hears one of them scream, "I will murder you. I will murder you."
I will murder you. I will murder you. I will murder you.
Oh,
I will
well.
murder you. I will murder you.
She can see
We're getting
him through the
first
leasing
degree
office
then?
window, and when they finally
'Cause
get out,
this is
she
feeling
can
like
see that
first
one of the
degree.
girls, Ashley, has this giant red splotch on her head. She could tell it's blood. She's bleeding. There looks to be a tiny bit of blood on one of the offending parties, the one that's beating her, but it's hard to say for certain if it's Ashley's blood or she's also injured. But then something very strange happens. They are no longer fighting. All three of them get up, and now they're walking towards an apartment unit together.
What?
Nobody's getting dragged. I mean, nobody seems happy, but they're just walking back to the apartment now. The police later pieced together that after Antonetta and Janine lure Ashley out to their side of the neighborhood, pretending to be Daniel, texting Ashley on Daniel's phone while Daniel is asleep, acting like he's gonna meet her outside, they come, tackle her to the ground, attack her, and when they decide they've gotten all their sick anger out, they grab Ashley's phone and threaten to call her fiance using her phone.
Hey, give my phone. Nope, you're not getting it. You're jumping both of us for your phone. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Give my phone. No.
They start walking back to Daniel's apartment.
I love how
with
they
Ashley's
recorded
phone,
evidence
and
of
they
them
walk
doing
her
this.
outside. Ashley is standing outside Daniel's door, screaming, banging on the door, like, I'm not leaving until I get my phone back. That is when Daniel wakes up. Janine would even later say that Antonetta actually helped Daniel wake up and said, hey, the love of your life is outside. Basically, like, your side is outside, is kind of how she describes it. He better get the door. Eventually, Daniel gets Ashley her phone back, and she leaves. And not long after that, she arrives at the hospital, and the police show up to their unit to question them. At this point, because the leasing agent had called about this fight, Ashley is not deceased yet. At this point, she's at the hospital, the police are in Daniel's apartment, and they're trying to investigate what this altercation was about. Antonetta opens the door, and she starts walking out towards the officers, and she's ready to tell them everything. Antonetta has a very good explanation for why she beat up Ashley. She states that Ashley had come here looking for her man. She was banging on the door, telling her to open it so that they could fight some more. Antonetta is ranting to the officers.
This girl, she came to my house, she's gonna sleep on my fiance. She works over there, she's his manager, and she keeps on forcing him to have sex with her after he then cut it off, where she couldn't fire him, and we ended up fighting right there because she approached my home. This is my home. She lives all the way over there.
Okay, is everybody in the house right now?
The officers point at Daniel, and this is your fiance? Yes, my fiance. I've known him for 5 years, okay? We moved here together from up north. He's worked at Floor and Decor. He's been sleeping with his manager. And that's who was here? Yes, he's been sleeping with his manager, and I've been feeling it for some time now. Yesterday, I'm walking to Quick Trip, the gas station. I see them walking together, and you're a woman. You know your intuition. I know that's the girl. I've seen her. We argued yesterday. He broke it up. It was fine. And this morning now, she's calling, texting, saying that she's going to be coming here. So I waited for her. And then I fought her because I'm just enraged now. I'm very heartbroken. You see, I started packing my stuff yesterday. Nothing is even in bags because I'm just mentally out of it right now. Because this is the person that I wanted to grow old with. This is the person that I wanted to share my life with. And I feel dirty.
Girl, I don't even think he likes you that much, though. I'm gonna be so for real.
I'm okay right now. I'm not gonna go out hating anybody, hitting anybody. I'm not a menace to society. I'm just very heartbroken that the person I love.
Are you sure about that?
This is all on camera?
Yes. They break another rule, which is do not lie to the authorities. So these girls, they just be breaking all the rules on what not to do with the police. The police asked the two girls, so did y'all come to meet up so y'all could fight, or nope? She came here to meet with him, and then I caught her, and I beat her up. She's actually cheating on her family too, go figure, you know, husband and kids. I hope her husband finds the hell out, because why do I have to be the only one in shambles in my life?
Okay.
Is that y'all's kid together? The officer is pointing at the kid.
I mean, for sure, but also.
So, most of the footage is blurred because there are children in the background. Yes, beautiful, right? Who would want to lose a family like that? Who would want to? Beautiful kid. I hope you guys understand.
Well, you
I'm
just
not
did.
Crazy. I'm really peaceful. I'm just heartbroken, you know? I'm just very heartbroken. You know, I never thought I would have to deal with this.
Girl,
Never
you just
in my
lost that
life,
family.
You know? At one point, the officers asked them to describe what Ashley looks like, and Antonetta tells officers, Hispanic, black hair with highlights, messed up teeth, a big jaw, don't know what he sees in her. And wait, just like
Jealous?
estimate. Well, like, 80 pounds? I hope she's not on drugs. I hope I didn't catch anything, Lord God. Because I guess some people lose a lot of weight when they're on drugs, which there's no indication that Ashley was on drugs. Another quick tip that I feel like a lot of criminal defense attorneys would give, not that I am one, but just in general life tip that gets broken multiple times by both Antonetta and Janine is do not advertise any characteristics in yourself that might be connected to criminal behavior. For example, to say things like, I'm really sneaky, I'm super secretive, I'm good at hiding stuff.
Oh my God.
Probably not something to advertise to the authorities. At one point, Antonetta tells officers, I'm a pretty good fighter, to emphasize how she does not have as many injuries as Ashley does because she's a pretty good fighter.
What?
Another advisory would be do not verbalize intent to commit further crimes. But Antonetta tells the officers straight up, it would be bad for her to come back over here. I mean, if you guys want me to call her, I'll call her, you know, I handle the situation, but I'm not just gonna go looking for her just to let you guys know. I'm not gonna go on a manhunt for her. I don't care. I already handled my business. Do you want anything done to her? Nope. Nope. I think she's got enough, you know? Well, she's got to learn to fight. If you're going to cheat on somebody, you got to learn how to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, know your side as a mistress. If she comes back here, I will call you guys. And if she doesn't leave, then I'm just going to beat her up again. I'm just letting you guys know. Near the end of the initial conversation with the
So about that,
Antonetta jokes. I wish you guys could just take me away for the week. I really need a break from this house. And the officer pauses and responds, be careful what you wish for. Seriously, be careful what you wish for. Because I know you say you want a weekend away from your family and the house, but when it comes down to it, you will probably have a quick change of heart.
Wow. So this is before
dude,
Ashley
she is.
Yes.
So everyone is still just investigating as like a little fight.
Yes. It's like a violent altercation, and it seems like all parties could technically be charged, but if it's mutual, it's
hard to...
Yeah, it seems like most likely at this point, the police, their verbiage and the way that they're responding to the situation is if all parties want to drop it, they'll just drop it.
Yeah.
They're not going to arrest anybody, is the vibe that they're giving.
So they're coming back later after the hospital?
They come back after the hospital confirms that Ashley is dead.
The same day or?
The same night, yeah. So the fight happened early in the morning and they come back at night. Because now it's a big crime. It's a big deal. This is why a lot of people say there is the whole one punch thing. Punching someone anywhere is bad. Punching someone anywhere in the head, you just cannot predict how one punch can literally kill somebody.
Yeah, there's a
And
lot
when
of
that
cases
happens,
where
it's
people
murder.
die
Like,
from that.
You can't say, oh, I didn't know it was going to kill them. Once the authorities come back after Ashley's death, now this is when they go through Daniel's phone and they're trying to really piece together how mutual this alleged altercation was. Was it really that Ashley was coming to meet Daniel and maybe she was trying to fight Antonetta first? Because that's how Antonetta is making it seem from earlier that day. But when they go through Daniel's phone, he is confirming to them that absolutely these are not his text messages that he sent to Ashley.
When did they tell Antonetta?
At night.
Okay, did you see that part? Like when it was...
Yes, that was in the beginning of the episode. She's in the doorway that night, and they say she died, and she just goes, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That was not my intention. I'm just going through a really hard time right now. I have bipolar depression.
Girl.
So I guess the girl went to the hospital.
Why would you think that would work as an excuse?
She died. She did. But because of that, we have to kind of talk to you and get
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna leave that one how it is.
Wow, I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah.
That was not my
Wow, I'm so sorry about that, ma'am.
I have bipolar depression and I'm just going through a lot right now.
Daniel is showing the authorities the phone, showing the messages, the text read from Ashley, and this seems like from Ashley and Daniel at this point. Ashley responds, that's all I have to give, which is me. No more, no less. I don't have it in me to be pretending to be something or someone else. Daniel responds, thank you for being you. I can't wait to see you, beautiful. Me too. Go to bed, darling. Your ass has been through enough for the day. Even though I don't want to stop talking to you, but you need to relax a bit. The messages stop, and later Antonetta messages Ashley, pretending to be Daniel. Where you at? I need to see you. LOL, I'm in bed. I want you here so bad. Meet me, please. I'm going through it. I got kicked out. Are you serious? Alright, let me put on something real quick. Alright, I'm outside.
Bro.
Ashley responds, okay, I'm about to come out. How long? Right now, I'm grabbing my keys. I'm downstairs. So they're coordinating where in the apartment complex she's walking.
Bro, they lured her.
And she's responding things like, okay, meet me in the back. Okay, we're meeting here.
Dude,
but
that's
it's
so
not
fucked.
Daniel meeting Ashley because he's asleep. It's Antonetta and Janine.
This is morning.
This is morning. He was still asleep while they were outside assaulting Ashley. And it wasn't until they came back with Ashley's phone that Ashley is banging on the door. Antonetta is waking Daniel up with Ashley's phone, like, I have your girlfriend's phone, haha. She's outside, I just beat her up.
What the fuck?
Daniel remembers opening the door, being shocked, because it was clear that Ashley was quote-unquote up. She did not look good. He could tell that she was beaten severely. He closes the door, and he said he was in a state of shock. He just turns to Antonetta and starts screaming at her, what the f*** is wrong with you? It was never that serious, like, between you and me, Antonetta. Ashley continues knocking on the door. She's trying to explain, listen, I don't care. I just want my phone back. Like, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. Give me my phone back. Antonetta throws the phone at the wall. Daniel goes to grab it, opens the door, hands it to Ashley, and he turns around at this point just to, I guess, scream at Antonetta and Janine. And he keeps screaming, I told you, like, the love interest is gone. I told you all of this. Like, what do you mean? I told you this yesterday when you saw us walking to QT together, so what are we doing here? At this point, Ashley leaves to go back to her apartment where she lays on the bed to call her fiance to come home because she's not feeling well and she just got randomly jumped. Daniel's in this huge argument with everybody else and the police keep stopping by nonstop. So it's like the whole day they're just all arguing. The worst part of all of this is when the authorities finally find out that Ashley has passed, they take all of their phones. They see the text messages that Antonetta sent from Daniel's phone. But worse than that is they find on Janine's phone footage of the fight. They see Antonetta having Daniel's phone outside the
they
apartment,
cooked themselves
bushes,
so hard.
Texting Ashley. They're hiding, making sure that Ashley doesn't see them.
God, they're dumb.
She could just turn around and walk the other way. Janine asks Antonetta
serves them right,
she sees
honestly.
us and she walks away. Well, she can't get away because I'm gonna run up after her and beat her up. They run towards
I'm glad
the
they
back of the
recorded
building,
the own
and they see
evidence that's
Ashley.
gonna
They
get them
come
put
out.
away.
Janine is following behind Antonetta recording,
So gross.
and Antonetta confronts Ashley. So guess what? That was me. And immediately tackles Ashley to the ground while Janine is egging her on, screaming, yeah, side hoe. Antonetta is holding her down on the concrete while punching her in the head. Janine is calling Ashley ugly while Antonetta continues beating her. Ashley calls Antonetta crazy, and Janine thinks it's a good thing, like she's trying to hype Antonetta up. Ashley keeps telling her, get the f*** off of me, get the f*** off of me, you think I'm scared of you?
Yeah.
Bitsy, no, not duck dicks.
What's that, bitches? What's that?
Antonetta starts punching her head repeatedly, and Ashley keeps telling her to get off, but she won't. She keeps screaming at Ashley, do you want to get f***ed up? I'm gonna f***ing f*** you up.
Say hi to Daniel. Say hi to Daniel. You know he said I could come out here and f***, right? You know that, right? He's in the house with our son. He said I could f*** up. Yep, this is what we do. If I get mad and he knows I'm leaving, he feels sad. He says I like her. That's what I'm doing. All right.
While Antonetta is holding her down, the leasing agent drives by, but she's not able to stop them from fighting. She drives off and calls 911, while Antonetta is threatening. You're his manager, right? I'm gonna get you fired. That's a conflict of interest. You're fucking my N-word while he's on the clock. Fucking my trying to ruin his family? Shh. Antonetta starts swinging her around by her hair, slamming her onto the ground, screaming,
I will murder you.
Bro, what the fuck?
I will murder you. I will murder you. I will murder you. Stop. You're so lucky my nails turned because I was really doing worse to you right now. I will do worse to you. I will do worse to you. I will do worse to you. That's why he was trying to protect you, but now he don't care for you to get your ass beat. He let me do this. He let me. You're getting fired. You're getting fired. You're getting fired.
Antonetta continues to punch her over and over and then asks, you want some of this, Janine? She responds, yeah, I do, and she puts the phone down, or it seems like she's holding the phone so it's pointing towards the sky, because she goes in to kick Ashley in the back multiple times.
Bro, what the fuck?
You want some of this, Janine? Yeah, I do. Bitch. Go ahead. Bitch.
And Ashley is very small. Antonetta is still on her violent monologue. You messed with a crazy ass, and he knows I'm crazy. You're looking dumb. Go home. Ashley asks for her phone back. At this point, they take her phone, but Antonetta tells her,
You want it, you get in trouble for it. Point blank period. She's following. I don't care. She don't get beat up by both of us. That's the husband. You really up. I do this. He let me come out here and work her ass. You should be ashamed of yourself. Come out here in the morning. After you work the whole day. Fired. Calling your corporate. Saying that you're abusing your employees. And holding it against them. Yep. Calling your corporate office tomorrow.
And the sister's recording all of it.
Yes.
I'm gonna call your corporate office tomorrow. So close, you're actually
Well,
gonna be
Ashley
in
is
jail.
hospitalized after this, so they go back to the apartment. Daniel wakes up, gives Ashley her phone back. While she's hospitalized, Daniel is desperately trying to get in contact with her, texting, "Can I see you? The cops are here. You want me to tell them what happened?" And she said, "No, I'm good. Leave me alone. Please talk to me. My face is all f***ed up and I can't breathe. Fuck texting. Can you please just talk to me? Can I get you, please? Why was it a whole setup?" He responds, "Can you pick up for me? I don't want to call you and seem like I'm harassing you. Please pick up." She responds, "I don't really want to talk right now. Ashley, can I see you,
Understandable.
please? I can't breathe and my heart is skipping a beat. I'm on foot to urgent care. Bye." "No way, please. Your f***ing sister kicked me in the back by my heart and chest. I was good till she did that." So a lot of people question why Janine was also charged with murder, and it's likely because of this text message and the footage of her kicking.
Yeah.
Gosh. She said I was good until your sister kicked me from the back.
Yes.
I mean,
Ashley,
yeah, it's
I
a
really with all my
pretty
good intentions want to see you and check on you. I feel sad and I can't believe your face and
sensitive
body is hurt.
area. You
Talk to
can't
me and let me
really
see you.
fuck
I'm
around
sorry.
with back
It hurts
injuries.
to see you like this, please. She does not respond. Janine does not know that the police have the video on her phone, nor does she know that Ashley texted Daniel, her brother, all of this. She doesn't know any of this. Instead, Janine thinks she and the officers are buddy-buddy. She thinks they're friends. She has no clue
she's so
that
dumb.
her beyond idiotic, strange behavior is going to be the reason she goes viral. At one point, the authorities, I guess in an attempt to build rapport, they asked Janine, "You seem kind of athletic. Did you play sports when you were in school?"
No. Okay. Yeah. Do I really look athletic?
Yeah, you look athletic. Yeah, you got some shoulders on you.
Why would you do that? You don't know if I just care about these shoulders.
Well, I apologize if you are.
They're a little, I know.
They're fine.
Girl, what?
It's just she genuinely thinks they're all friends.
Having a blast.
So what happened in the fight? Did Ashley hurt you? Do I see some scratch marks on your neck? Do I have some scratch marks? No. It wasn't jumping. Oh, I see. Will you tell us a little bit
In
about
this
what
spot for a
happened?
sink.
Like, how did it happen?
It's gonna be
Oh,
here.
it was very vivid. It just happened so fast, you know? Fights are like a blur when it happens, typically. But where was Ashley? I know you said earlier that she came looking for your brother. She came because he was moving. He was getting
Almost
kicked
forgot
out.
to
And she wanted to
sink.
be a little writer. When she knows she's a side chick and she's got a husband at home, like, girl. She knows she's breaking up a happy home. How did you make contact with her? Through messages,
There we
like,
go.
you know, we seen her. Where did you guys meet
Hey,
up?
puppy.
She was in our complex. I guess she lives, like, right near us. Like, I think there's, like, two sides of the complex. You know, that hill, it goes around and then, like, it goes up and around. But there's another complex that looks just like the same. So did she just knock on the door at first, or you guys just saw her outside? Outside. She didn't knock. She didn't get the chance to. Because, like, oh, yeah. You got that woman around? I'm about to be around. So, yeah. You know, it wasn't really, like, it was just, like, yeah, you came to see my, you know, who it was, because she got ready to, you know, it's just fighting. It was just fighting. Who is fighting?
Yes.
The girl in Antonetta.
I love having
The
stuffed
detective is very
kitchens.
quick on her feet. She's been the whole Detective Carter is the way that her cadence mirrors Janine, and she asks everybody. No. Girl, you didn't get in on it.
Everybody? No. Girl, you didn't get on it? No. Yeah.
Bro, the detective is so good.
You guys, like you said, that's your homegirl. Tell me about that. How that happened. I didn't go crazy though, cause she's small as hell. Like, you're enough already. I don't need to be punching her, dragging her. I don't need to do all that. I'm good. I give her a little hit and then that's it. No.
Where'd you get it in at?
I I know I had her though. Like, in the beginning, she got on the floor. And I kind of like worked her just a little bit. Just a little bit. And then I stopped. I was like,
It's hard, the adrenaline going like that.
yeah. I was just like, okay, well, we stop. And then it was like, and yeah. Just a little hit. I didn't really fight her. That's just crazy.
So how did you get her phone? She had her phone in
Dude,
her
the
hand.
detective is...
I don't know who posts up with their phone in her hand. If I'm
Bruh.
about to fight, I'm dropping everything. I'm telling you that right now.
This is true.
And
This
maybe
is true.
don't tell them that right now. But it was like on the floor. She was like, grab the phone, and I grabbed it. When she was talking all that while getting beat up, like, how did that make you feel with the stuff that she was saying? I don't care. She was like, I don't get bothered by people who talk. Like, you really gotta do
Please, you
something.
can get your
to me.
any avatar. There's a lot
But
of
she was
free
talking about your
ones or
brother,
pretty
though.
cheap ones.
Yeah, and I was like, so you weren't mad? I can't be that mad now, come on. She knew what it was, you know, you're gonna talk regardless, it's a fight, what do you expect? It's a fight. I'm just like, I've been in multiple fights, they all talk, they bring it, you know? So yeah, I wasn't really getting angry, I was chill. So Daniel was sleeping the whole time. Antonetta woke him up when we knew Ashley was coming, then he was like, and then we was like, yeah, she's about to get beat the fuck
I
up.
mean, do stuff
because
on this
now,
wall.
you
I
know,
think
you're getting kicked
paintings.
out and she thinks it's okay to come and save you. Like, who is she? You haven't even been together for that long. Like, that was weird. So yeah, that's where it really started. That's her demeanor. There are some very strange moments in the whole interrogation with the police. While waiting for the interrogation, like I said, she's sitting there listening to music on her AirPod. They took her phone, so she doesn't have her phone, but she's putting in her AirPod and it's still connected to the music I guess she was previously listening to.
Bruh.
What? They took away the phone, but the music's still going.
Yes, and she's singing
That
along
is
to her
ridiculous.
playlist, which I don't know if this is a normal thing, but in this setting, it just feels very dumb. Like, she's singing, and then she'll start yawning. Truly no clue how serious this is about to get. Then she starts full-on just bopping to the music for 20 minutes straight. She's using finger guns to sing along to Hotline Bling.
Why
She's
Hotline
shaking
Bling
her
of all
head from side
things?
to side. She's yawning. Later, when they tell her she's going to jail for murder, they have to take photos of her, and she starts posing. She's like popping out her hip, almost like, you know, those cheerleader photos that you have in high school. And the detective literally calls her out on it. She's giggling, and she's like, "Are you posing right now?" And they're laughing, and she's like, "Okay, let me stop. You're making me nervous. You're making me nervous."
Wait, so detectives still playing along? The cops are still playing along. They're like, this is the dumbest thing I ever seen, but I'm gonna play along.
So funny.
I'm gonna take a quick picture of your feet.
Cops are like, shit, she's falling for it. Might as well.
Even when they take pictures of her back, she says she has bad back knee, and she seems embarrassed.
She's got bad acne. If it's acne, it's okay. Yeah. If it's acne, it's fine. This is bad. I don't think you know.
Which, sure, okay, but you should be more embarrassed about the murder charge. After the detective tells her that she's charged with murder, they leave her alone in the interrogation room, and she starts whispering.
Oh, she's
and
definitely
talking to
getting a wake
herself
up in prison. She's gonna get her shit rocked. People are gonna. They have TikTok in prison now, so like they're gonna see this shit and they're gonna be like, easy target, let's go.
Even when she's being handcuffed, she takes off her
Like,
bracelets, puts them in the baggie, telling officers that her bracelets were handmade in Africa. And worse though, is she's
So,
being
bitch?
turned around to be handcuffed, and she says, "Oh my god." In a very bizarre, creepy moment in Janine's interrogation, she looks at the officers and says, "That's crazy. But like, do you know how she died?"
No, she's dead. I know that shit's crazy. Do you know how she died? Like,
From fighting.
So
They had to do an autopsy, but it was at
Girl, you're the reason. What do you mean?
She sustained during the fight. How does it make you feel?
This man.
Like I'm going to hell. That I'm not gonna lie.
You don't say. Actually, I'm using mirrors on this wall.
Like, that's really crazy.
I want this room to feel bigger.
And the officers egg her on. Yeah, and she's not a big girl. No, she isn't. That's why I didn't want to fight her. She's too small. I looked at her and I'm just like, how old are you? She told me she was 30, and I'm like, you're really small for your age to be 30. She looked sick, skinny.
Nobody else. Grandma or grandpa?
Oh, actually, oh my gosh. Okay, go to contact.
Do you want your brother's phone number though?
Daniel's? No, I'm good.
No.
So they plead guilty. They try to get a plea deal. And the worst part is, before the sentencing, a fellow cellmate of Antonetta and Janine's goes to the police officers and reports that they are scared. Janine and Antonetta are scared at the prospect of getting life in prison for their literal actions, that they are allegedly colluding in jail about pinning the entire thing on the victim's fiance, Ashley's fiance. They're trying to say that after Ashley went home, her fiance found out that she got beaten up by her, I guess, the person she's having an affair with, and he allegedly finished the job, is the new story that they're trying to spin. That he's the one that caused the final harm that killed her. Perhaps he further injured her at home to make sure that she wouldn't make it, or maybe he prolonged her getting medical attention and took a long time to take her to the emergency room.
Yeah, but you're a girl.
She says
so.
they're basically putting this on the victim's husband, that he did something that possibly caused the injuries, and then
Bro,
argue that there was a failure
what
to
the
give proper
fuck?
medical care in a timely manner. They're gonna argue that there were errors that were made that could have saved her life, that it wasn't the fight with the girls that ended her life, it was a lack of adequate care in a certain time, you know?
Bro, they are unhinged.
How are they still like be able to talk like this in prison, right?
They asked her, the inmate that rats them out, to send messages between. That's why she knows all of this.
Oh my god, that's so
with
funny.
That, the girls are sentenced to 20 years in prison
Only 20?
because they pled guilty.
I hate that you get less because you plead guilty. It's such bullshit,
The
dude.
police interview with the sister was disturbing. She thought she was being all cute. Both women are despicable, and I'm glad they're being held accountable. When they told Daniel Ashley died, my heart sank. He looked genuinely distraught. Another reads, the sister is truly delusional. She is detached from reality. She's literally talking to the detectives as if she's gossiping at a teenage sleepover. Another reads, I think the sister was dropped on her head as a child. She thought she was gossiping with her besties. Another reads, the sister is every lawyer's nightmare.
I'm loving
LOL.
the
A clear
sister
example,
slander.
Lights are on, but nobody's home. Another, Janine needs to be locked up forever. She lacks all sense of normal human behavior. Everything is funny. Murder.
Yeah.
I just pulled her hair a little, followed by giggles. The sister is not wired correctly.
So
It's
fucking
very scary.
unhinged.
Some people say, I don't understand these types of people. Emotional intelligence is at a negative. Fighting everyone except her, quote, man that could clearly do without her. Kids that they clearly do not value and will never see again. And what the f is wrong with the sister? She knows the woman is dead at that point when she's in the interrogation room. Instead of crying and she's laughing and giggling.
Like, she can't even pretend to be remorseful for her later court case because she doesn't even think that there's gonna be one.
Over a man that will move on when she's in prison. Another points out how Antonetta reacts to hearing that Ashley is dead. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. Girl, that's something you say when you accidentally bleach a shirt or something. A life was taken.
Yeah, like...
Others point out the fact that she said, I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. I'm just going through a lot right now. I have bipolar depression. A comment reads, I have bipolar depression. Girl, so do a lot of people, but you don't see them murdering people out of jealousy.
Yeah, like...
Another correlation prior to that. She was making my fiance sleep with her. No, your fiance was cheating on you. You beat a woman to death. Another comment reads, she killed that woman over a man that didn't even want her, shaking my head.
Oh my God,
Antonetta, I wasn't gonna kill anybody. Also, Antonetta, in the video recording, I will murder you. Another quote. She's
honestly
dead.
glad she
I'm
recorded
so sorry
it.
about that. I've just been going through a lot. What the? But there are some people who defend the girls. Someone comments, I feel bad because it's not like they knew she was gonna pass away from a fight. Yeah. But most people, I think, are on the path of, quote, you're in prison now, your cheating man is free, your child is without a mother, the other mother is dead. Yeah, you surely thought this one through.
Yeah, like, what is the
Another comment
point?
just reads, I feel very sad for the boyfriend of the deceased woman. To find out you're being cheated on the same time
Yeah, I
you find
feel
out your
really
partner
bad for
passed,
him.
and I feel very sad for all the children involved. So with that, they are both going to serve 20 years for voluntary manslaughter. and robbery by force.
It's
Their
voluntary
maximum release date is
manslaughter.
August 2042.
She literally
They
said she
may
was gonna
potentially
kill
get out
her.
sooner than that. To which one netizen comments,
the
I can't
fuck?
believe they only got 20 years. It was
Right?
premeditated.
Same.
They lured her, they
Yeah,
beat her,
literally.
and killed her.
It was clearly
They
premeditated.
should have gotten life.
They should have easily
What are
gotten
your
life.
thoughts on
That's
this?
unhinged.
Let me know in the comments.
They absolutely
safe,
fucking should have gotten
and I will
life.
see you
How the
next
fuck did they not get life? Like, actually, how did they not get life? What? That's crazy. They must have pled down from first, because it's like the most clear-cut case of fucking first-degree murder. They lured her there, they said they were gonna kill her, and then they killed her. Like, hello? This is fucking straightforward as it gets. Alright, do we like the wall? Nice. Alright, we have one more hour to go ish. A little less. I'll find a video that's like 45 minutes. I'll try to. Okay, I found one that's 50. I don't know if we've seen this one. I don't think we have. No, they literally had video evidence. They had them admitting to it. Like, bro. Thank you! I know, I really like how the kitchen turned out. I'm trying to go for like witchy, but still, you know, kind of a modern-ish. Okay. Let me get you the link. Yeah, I don't think we've seen this one. Boop. Yeah, Plipsy, I saw that one. That's just fucking crazy. No, we have time, because I was like a little late to stream, and then I also took a break. Yes, yes. No, I was late to stream. We've watched 2 videos. One of them was an hour. The next one was like an hour and 10 minutes. So that's why I'm choosing videos that are about an hour long, so I can keep track of time. All right. Last one. Nice. Whistling is fun. Here we go. Did I link it twice on accident? I'm a dumbass. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, play.
Bada bing, bada boom.
There is a special interest
I don't know why I did that.
exists. It's called chloroform interest, where one person might have this fantasy in which they pretend to chloroform someone, rendering them completely consenting but unconscious.
Did I click on the right video? Yeah. Spoiled angry teen drives 105 miles an hour.
Unconscious person. Both parties are in on it. One person wants to chloroform another person. The other person is begging to be chloroformed. Which,
this is gonna be...
chloroform is a chemical that used to be used as an anesthetic.
I don't know what I'm doing with this fucking room. This is the living room,
To put it very
though.
simply, it's gonna knock you out. There's these little GABA receptors in the brain. They're like little off switches. And the chloroform, they reach the GABA receptors and they turn off the neurons, if you will. Your brain shuts down, leading to this massive slowdown in brain activity. You've likely seen kidnapping scenes in movies where they soak a rag in chloroform.
That's not how chloroform
and they
works,
sneak
though.
up on someone. They pull the rag out of their trench coat pocket and then push it up against their face. You see the victim momentarily freak out before they go completely limp. They pass out. They get dragged into a white van. It actually doesn't really work like that.
No.
Chloroform takes at least a few minutes of breathing in chloroform for someone to be rendered unconscious.
It's kind of like laughing gas, where it's like you have to be breathing it in.
With this special intimate interest, they lean towards fantasies of one person being the kidnapper and one person being the victim.
Well, you know what? I can
That's
put this in this
the allure
room.
of this. Of the anticipation of an event like this, the build-up. When is it going to happen? How are they going to kidnap me? How are they going to render me unconscious? Where will they take me? When will I come to and wake up? What am I going to wake up to? It's like a suspenseful thriller movie that's just playing out in real life. The
It's like a
desire
bread
is
oven.
less about the actual scenario, but rather about the power dynamics. The idea that one party can kidnap you at any given moment, they have power over you, and the experience of the, quote, victim being utterly passive and compliant. Some people go as far to categorize this under a larger fetish umbrella, which is consenting to adult activities while one party is unconscious or asleep. But I wouldn't categorize it under that, since it seems like there
I took
are a
French
good
for
amount of
3
people
years
out
and
there
I
that specifically
retained
want the chloroform aspect of it.
no
They
parlez-vous
want someone
français.
to chloroform them, but they want to do it to someone. It's a completely normal
Très mal.
interest, so long as you do not use actual chloroform. Most people will imagine or play out roleplay the experience of what it would be like to be chloroformed, minus the actual chloroform. That's usually how
I know how to say I don't speak a language in a lot of languages.
There is a very narrow margin between the dosage required to achieve.
Honestly, that's the first thing I learn in every single fucking language, is that I don't speak the
Some people
language.
have asked the community for tips. How do I go even further than roleplay? I want to start using the real deal.
Yeah, this is apparently...
Every single person.
No, it's someone else.
They're asking them, "Are you insane?"
It's not,
One man is in right.
shoot, what's his fucking
My partner is
name?
a pharmacist and a medication safety specialist.
I forget the kick
If there is
streamer's
any
name.
safe way
But
to
no,
have
it's
this
not him.
interest, he would know.
It's
There
a
is
different
not.
one.
If there is a safe way to knock someone out to the point where you can just tie them up and do whatever you would like to them whilst they're unconscious without waking them up, without the risk of accidentally killing them, then anesthesiologists would not have to train for so long.
There we go. Okay, we're
Another
gonna do
comment
this.
reads, "You cannot knock someone unconscious without serious risk of permanent damage or death." Another writes, "Chloroform is dangerous and will most likely kill your partner. If you're gonna pretend to do it, then fair enough, but never, ever try and obtain and use the real thing."
Yeah.
They say, remember the 3 rules of adult
Safe,
activities?
sane, and
Safe,
consensual.
sane,
It's not sane.
This is not safe. This is not safe. On top of that, another comment reads, "Chloroform doesn't really work the way that you see in movies. It can take a good 20 minutes for it to finally put someone under, and even then, you gotta hold
What does this
back
have to do with
there, during which you can
the
get
topic of the
chemical
movie? I'm
burns on that
so
person's face that
interested.
never go away. It's permanent damage." Another comment reads, "Chloroform is a great thing if you want to leave chemical burns and don't mind killing a few of your special interest people involved. The problem being
Yeah, that's
that
why
poisoning the
killers
body
use it.
until it passes out is only a small step away
There's a
from
reason
poisoning
why
it to the point of killing the
anesthesiologists
body."
exist.
Another person just writes, "Do not use chloroform. Although it does make people pass out with the right quantity, the line between passing out and dying is so close."
Yeah, a
So
lot of
let's
people
just
really
say
don't realize
it's not
that.
gonna be fun if you use actual chloroform and actual chemicals. One poster writes about how a few years ago they tried to pass out with chloroform. It's a long story, but a few years ago, one of their friends had worked in this lab with mice.
I wasn't prepared for
They
this
used
to be such a
chloroform
trigger.
as an anesthetic for the mice. And I guess as a prank or something, he gifts OP a bottle of the chloroform, which he never requested. In fact, the original poster of this comment was a little bit upset that he got gifted this.
Yay, another
This is a
stupid
whole other
teenager
story.
getting in
It's just
trouble.
shady if you have a bottle of chloroform, and likely it's a hassle to
Never
get rid
mind.
of it in a safe way. I don't think you can just pour it down your drains. I don't think you can just
How-
pour it down the toilet.
how does this
you can't
loop
just
back
throw
to
it
the
out in the
topic?
trash. I'm sure there's a whole method to it.
So confused.
So what does OP do with this now? He decides, well, I figured if I wanted to experiment, now was the time. I wanted to see if it was like it was in the movies. So I gave it a try and found while you could absolutely pass someone out with it, it's way over dramatized in film.
Yeah,
He
no
tried
shit.
4 times
It's a movie.
to use chloroform. He put it on his sock. He put it on his face. And the very last time he experimented, he said,
I'm sorry.
You know, I tried it. I guess I kept the sock
I wish I
a
could
bit too
do
close to my face for a bit
subtitles.
too long. I woke up
Live
on the floor in between
subtitles.
my computer desk and my speaker cabinet. I'm not sure how I didn't knock the speaker over, but I got up in this daze wondering, why was I on the ground like that? Why was I like that? I got back on my computer like nothing happened. About 2 minutes go by. And I realized,
Was the dude
holy
doing chloroform when
I
he was
knocked myself
driving or
out.
some shit? Like,
He proceeds
where is
through
this
the rest of the day,
going?
and fast forward 2 days, he had been laying on his bedroom floor for the past 48 hours.
What?
So he knocks out, he gets up, and he's like, oh, that was
Dude,
weird. I was out for a few
what?
minutes. The rest of the day continues like nothing, and
Days.
then he doesn't remember the next time he knocks out. And the second time he knocks out, he's gone for like 2
I
full
mean,
days.
yeah, because if you get drugged with that type of
For 2 days?
thing
Yes.
that's like knocks you out, like date rape
doesn't
drugs,
know.
stay in your
He just
system.
woke up on the bedroom floor. 2 days had gone by. He said he's sweating like crazy, feeling insanely cold and sicker than he's ever felt.
Bro,
He said,
that's
I was also
crazy.
peeing dark red. So what do you know? I have time to do some more research. I find that the toxic properties of chloroform, they take a long time to leave your system.
No shit.
They build and build very slowly, and they leave slowly. And that is when I realized how close to death I was.
Mm-hmm. Go to the hospital.
Again, I'm not judging a single person who might have this interest. I'm not here to dictate what anyone does in their free time or to make someone feel bad about their interest, but please, everyone, do not use real chloroform. I want everyone to be safe and alive. So with that being said, remember the 3 pillars: safe, sane, consensual. A woman in New York, let's call her Valerie, she's anonymous. In the last few months of 2023, she's been having these dreams. It feels like a dream, and logically it makes the most sense that it's a dream because there's no other explanation for any of this. She will just wake up in the middle of
That's
the
such a
night,
vibe,
see
though.
what feels like a
I love
rag
doing
being
that.
held
I love
over her
wearing all
face.
my laundry.
She smells a strong, slightly sweet, but also chemically scent.
I'm gonna put this
And then
couch
she
here.
blacks out. Maybe she goes back to sleep. Maybe it's a dream. She doesn't even know. The first time it happened, I'm sure we can all come up with some
chairs.
sort of rational explanation for this. But the second time, the third time, the fourth time, she's like, okay, I just need to know what is going on. What is happening? Why do I keep having these dreams or visions or whatever this is? December 29th, 2023, she decides to set up a hidden camera right behind the humidifier of the turtle tank in the room. She's got a little turtle tank in there. She sets up the camera and she's just recording herself. She just wants to know what is happening when she goes to sleep, that she has these weird memories, dreams. She doesn't know. She sets up the camera in the room and she falls asleep.
Someone's sneaking in her room.
She comes to,
I'm
she
guessing.
wakes up at around 2 in the morning and she decides, okay, that was weird. I felt like I had the same dream. I had the same feeling. Let me go check the camera. She re-watches the footage in the middle of the night. After she had fallen asleep that night, a man walks in with a rag into her room while she's sleeping, approaches the bed, pushes the rag against her face, and I'm sure she can visibly on the footage see herself struggling, fighting it, before her body goes limp and she blacks out. That figure then proceeds to touch her literally everywhere. But the craziest thing is, she was at work that night. The man in the video is her boss, 60-year-old Paul Giacopelli, an anesthesiologist, drugging her and essaying her while she works overnight to babysit his kids who both have disabilities while he's supposed to be at the hospital, and he came back to drug her and essay her.
Oh my god.
The doctor is immediately arrested and confesses to the whole thing. He says, yes, he would fill this rag with
He just
sevoflurane.
admits-
It's an anesthetic that
Jeez.
he would bring home from the hospital. He would put it on a rag. Now, I do want to mention that even though he he reportedly later states to the authorities that he has chloroform fetish, he did not use chloroform. It's no longer used in hospitals. Sevoflurane is supposed to be the safer version of it, and apparently it has a much quicker recovery time compared to other inhaled anesthetics like chloroform, which also means it's easier for doctors to control. It's great, but it's still incredibly dangerous. He put sevoflurane that he stole from the hospital, put it on a rag to cover his babysitter's nose and mouth to render her unconscious.
Bro.
So I wanted to talk about this case because I saw a few people emailing me about it after we talked about the French case. Literally, the last episode was the French case where the wife was getting drugged, and they were like, oh my gosh, recently on the news, there had been not the same, but the similar method.
Yeah, that is a lot like the
used in
French
States.
case.
The doctor stated that he was attracted to the element of her being blacked out because he personally has, quote, chloroform fetish. Now, I'm glad that he told the authorities all of this, but also, I'm not sure where his attorney is because he states he specifically chose to do this to his nanny because she's a, quote, easy target,
where
and
is
she's
his
a, quote,
attorney?
heavy sleeper.
Stop talking.
Mind you, he is a
Straight to
chief
jail.
anesthesiologist at his hospital. He's also a dad to 2 twin girls, and he's married. When the authorities searched his house, they found other drugs that he had taken home from the hospital, such as fentanyl. He had enough fentanyl to kill 8,000 people.
What the fuck?
Somehow, with the video evidence, with the crimes of stealing drugs from the hospital, he was just barred from practicing medicine and will only have to serve 4 years in prison. That is it. He's 60, by the way. So if there are conversations right now about, is she really the only victim that he's had?
No,
He's likely been practicing
definitely
as
not.
an anesthesiologist for most of his life. He's admitted to having a chloroform fetish, according to the press releases. And the way he commits his crime is so aggressively in your face. He has no fear. Some theorize that he could have easily had more victims. Which, side note, if it is true that he has this particular fetish interest, that's terrifying. There was this one poster on a forum that reads, I have a major fantasy about women being put to sleep through chloroform. AMA. Ask me anything. Someone commented, have you ever considered becoming an anesthesiologist? To which this person with the same shared interest responds, wow, amazing question. There absolutely was a time in my life where the idea crossed my mind. I was a teenager, deciding what to do after school. I was incredibly terrified, though, at the idea of living a life where my work and my fantasies were mixing together.
Yeah, that's not a
A
good
major
idea.
part of it was, could I have kept it all together and managed this fantasy in a professional context? I think it's already hard enough to just plain have this fantasy and openly talk about it. In a professional context, though, it would be impossible. If this topic would come up in real life, even amongst my friends and people that I trust and respect, even when everybody around me is drunk, I get super red and I start getting flustered, like this mixed feeling of enjoyment, embarrassment, and arousal. What if I'm on the operating table and I royally f up because I have this fantasy? I could never live with myself.
Good,
Many
a
netizens
conscience.
agree, stating it makes it even creepier that Dr. Paul is an anesthesiologist, because again, if it's true that he has this fetish, imagine the anesthesiologist in charge of your life, keeping you stable and safe during the operation, is too busy getting off on the fact that they rendered you unconscious. Even minor errors or oversights in anesthesiology have severe consequences, literally death, brain damage, death, those are the consequences. Another comment reads, shouldn't the fact that he was a doctor and had knowledge and the specialized knowledge and commission of these crimes have been an aggregator rather than a mitigator?
Right?
I mean, it makes the crime worse. That
It
he
makes it
knows
so
how
much
dangerous
worse.
this is. Another comment reads, so she basically got all the evidence herself, gave it to the police, and then he only got 4 years? This is so ridiculous. His attorney states that Dr. Paul is now, quote, assuming responsibility for his crimes and is now focusing on
Oh,
tending to
shove
his
it up your
family.
ass.
One comment just reads, that's privilege for you. It's with money buying the best lawyers and gaming the whole biased legal system. There is a lawsuit pending in civil court. I hope the victim gets better justice in the civil courts because this whole situation is very demented. What are your thoughts on that situation? I just wanted to cover the case because I did receive a few emails on it. It reminded me so much of the French case in a certain way.
Okay, so it has
happened here
nothing
in
to
the
do
United
with the
States,
kid who
but
is
there wasn't
speeding.
enough information to do
Jesus
a full deep
Christ.
dive. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens in the civil courts.
That is a horrible day to have brain.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Kaylee Mills Foundation, a non-profit established to encourage people to drive responsibly. They help rebuild families' lives after experiencing loss and hardship from fatal and even non-fatal car crashes. They do individualized financial assistance, grief counseling, and emotional support. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team. We would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. With that being said, let's get into today's case. There is a battle of the best, if you will. It's like a competition where 10 groups of people each take technology that NASA and SpaceX use to build rockets, and they funnel in $135 million every single year to race each other in high-speed cars. We're talking about Formula One.
Okay.
On 22 to 24 different tracks around the world, they race each other. The competition goes a little like this. Each team, out of the 10 teams, has to design and manufacture their own car from scratch, their own vehicles. There's a whole list of regulations that are set by the FIA and the F1 teams that each team has to follow. Apparently, that's why it's called Formula One. That's the formula in Formula One. Given the regulations, given all of these random rules, each team is trying to find the best formula for the fastest car. And it's really difficult. I mean, the regulations are pretty nitpicky. One interesting regulation is that F1 drivers' drink bottles need to be 1.5 liters or less.
That's not a lot of water? Is that
It's not a lot of water at all. For the whole 90 minutes that they're racing, and the fact that they're regulating how much water or how much drink you can bring into your car as an F1 driver is kind of fascinating. Now, they say it's set because it's a safety hazard in the case of a crash, but also, without a bottle limit, teams might try to use larger drink containers for weight distribution benefits.
Interesting.
It's that crazy. Which, side note, they're not even talking about Stanley bottles. The drink system for drivers is typically this big squeezy bag that's piped into their helmet. And it's not water. It's glucose water. It's sugar water that has vitamins and
thanks for hanging out
to keep drivers
anyway.
at peak performance levels throughout the 90 minutes. Some drivers state, actually, I don't even like to drink it during the whole 90 minutes. After the first lap, I stopped drinking it because the heat in the car heats up the drink to the point where it's uncomfortably hot. And all these highly specific regulations, each car needs to be able to be the fastest at two things: going high speeds in a straight line on a straight road, but also very good at making super fast turns. Apparently, that's a very difficult combination to nail. If you're good at one, likely you're not good at the other one. These people are basically testing the rules of physics on a daily basis. You also have to factor in that at the end of the day, these are cars. They can overheat. You need to have cooling systems to make sure your car does not essentially blow up from overexerting itself. And it is so detailed. You know how the Formula One cars, they have the logos and sponsors on their cars. The fastest, cheapest way to get those logos would to be slap a giant sticker on the car, like a bumper sticker, which they don't do because it's not because they need to save money. It's because even the stickers add the tiniest bit of weight, which causes drag on the cars. So they need to be spray painted on. The 10 teams are coming in to the finish line within seconds of each other. The margins of winning are so slim. The only way to win is to make sure that every aspect of each car is as near perfect as you can get it. Some of the most notable teams are Red Bull Racing, McLaren, Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston Martin. They have to create the fastest car they can and then repeat the process because each team has 2 drivers. But the process is not easy. These teams then meet up around the world on these very oddly shaped tracks to race each other going over 200 miles per hour.
Yeah.
There's a whole operation behind the scenes. F1 feels more like a tech sport than anything. There's a control center of people being fed information in real time about the car's performance. They factor in a million possible scenarios. They pick the best ones. They strategize. They feed it to the driver in real time. There is so much going on. It is a very dangerous sport. In each race, the drivers can lose up to 10 pounds of just water. They become severely dehydrated because of the stress that their body is under. This sport requires you to train very strange muscles that normally people do not train, the neck muscle being one. That's why a lot of the F1 drivers have pretty thick necks. Because when your car is moving and turning at such a high speed, the G-force that's applied to your neck could snap your neck. And if you snap your neck, you're pretty much dead. They train by hanging these weights, like the weights that you use at the gym. And instead of doing squats with them or bicep curls, they hang them off their neck to work out their neck. And people will pull on them to help build their resistance. Yeah.
Why?
Now,
That
as well
just
as breathing,
hurts
the
my
G-force
neck.
causes them to not be able to breathe. They need to have
I mean, I get
correct
why, but like
breathing
that just
techniques
hurts my
to
neck.
not lose their breath and make a mistake, or honestly cause a fatal accident because of it. It's a very unique set of skills. One that is described as having the strategic
resisting
abilities
making
as
a Liam
chess
Neeson joke.
grandmaster, but having the reflexes and quick maneuvers of a firefighter, and then the
very
average
hard to
reaction time
resist.
for an F1 driver is around 200 milliseconds. So when that buzzer goes off, they react in 200 milliseconds, pedal to the metal. To give you an idea, Usain Bolt, his reaction time is 160 milliseconds. The average human, you and I, 600 milliseconds. Huge difference. And then having the stamina and endurance of a marathon runner, there are
How do I
so
hear
many safety
noises?
regulations that are put in place. And there's all these things that each team does to mitigate any sort of accident. But ultimately, even with hundreds of highly skilled engineers and safety experts working on these cars, even with these professionally trained drivers who know exactly what they're doing, they practice their whole lives for this. F1 is ultimately a very dangerous sport. The cars are being driven at high speeds, crashes, flips, fires. Over the years, a lot of F1 drivers have died. It's not safe. But what happens when a 16-year-old spoiled teenager gets into a fight with his mom because he doesn't have his own American Express Gold card and decides to go onto the street and drive like a Formula One race car driver on a residential road? Grosse Pointe, Michigan is a place where if
It's
you
in
want
Grosse
to be
Pointe.
sane, you should probably buy a nice car. It's not the wealthiest zip code in Michigan, but a good chunk of it is in the second wealthiest neighborhood of Michigan. It's a well-off area. Some people say you can tell it's a good area because when you drive by the local high school, the parking lots, the way that they're set up, I mean, you're seeing high schoolers drive in Mercedes, Range Rovers, Audis. That's typically when you know you're dealing with a rather wealthy crowd. It's definitely a neighborhood where a good chunk of the kids, they go on family vacations to Europe during summer break. But even then, a BMW X3 M Series is a pretty standout car. The BMW X3 M Series is a $70,000 SUV. It's high performance, it's luxury,
Ugly
it's
as
a BMW.
fuck, but okay.
It has significantly way more power than a regular SUV, and it's a lot sportier. The M is the performance version of the BMW cars. The car goes from 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds. A regular SUV of that size, 6 to 8 seconds, 0 to 60. And it's not just about how quickly it goes, it's about how fast it can go, period. A regular SUV, you're talking 120 miles per hour, that's your max. The BMW X3M, 177 miles per hour, which honestly, I don't know when you'll ever need that unless you plan on taking your SUV to the track. Across the US, the highest speed limit zones are usually in the rural highways, and you're looking at 85 miles per hour. That's the speed limit. Nowhere near this 177 miles per hour this BMW can do. But I think the part that gets a lot of people going about this car, especially the ones that are into cars, it's a high performance
Someone
model.
who's into
So yes,
cars explain
it's gonna
why
make a lot
people
more
like this car,
noise
because
than
it's
a
ugly.
regular SUV. The engine is going to react, make those loud crackling noises that a lot
Oh.
of car people are into. And because this
The
is
shit
a
that
wealthy
pisses me off?
neighborhood, a lot of these kids have access to these nicer cars. Around September of 2023,
Oh, like what's outside right
everyone
now.
in the neighborhood is talking about how
Speak
this
of the
young
devil.
girl in Grosse Pointe was killed by a drunk driver. Kiernan Tag, a 16-year-old swimmer, he's in high school. His sister texted him the article about the girl that was killed, and he responds, "Jesus, that's tragic. I knew her." A few weeks later, Kiernan Tag would be inside of a BMW that's been flipped over, and the car will be smashed to pieces. The human body is technically just a bag of Meat? I know that sounds very morbid, but it's a bag of meat and organs. I think sometimes we all like to think the human body is this miraculous feat of ingenuity that can overcome pretty much anything, which is sometimes valid. But also, if you throw a bag of meat at the wall going 60 miles per hour, there's just no way it's gonna end well. That is what happens when people get into car crashes. They state
Did he
going
have someone in the
100
car with
miles
him?
per hour in a car and colliding into something stationary is enough to turn you into meat soup. That's how first responders react. One netizen puts it quite bluntly. When you hit something, that energy has to go somewhere. It can't just disappear. So it gets transferred to whatever you hit and to your body. That means your car gets crumpled up like a soda can and your body gets slammed by massive forces, your bones break, your organs rupture because your organs are not stationary inside of your body. They can move around, they can hit your chest wall. The brain gets shaken like a snow globe. The brain, if you hit something with so much force, the brain's gonna move forward and collide with your skull, causing concussions or worse. Your neck might snap like a twig, causing paralysis or death. Many people believe the higher the speed, the less probability you have to survive. The faster you're going before a crash, the less likely you're going to be able to get down to a survivable speed. So what can you do to avoid this nightmare scenario?
Don't
the obvious
speed.
answer is don't drive at 100 miles per hour. Seriously, there's no good reason to do that. It is illegal, dangerous, and very stupid. That is what a lot of the commentators state. They state not only are you risking your life, but others on the road.
Lamp.
November 17th, 2023,
Plants, JK.
in Grosse Pointe, Michigan, on this very quiet residential street with these wealthy homes perfectly lined up. It's not even that late at night when residents hear what sounds like this big crack of thunder. They're like, what was that? Then another noise, and it sounds like a stick of dynamite exploding. There's weird hissing noises, whirring noises, just all sorts of weird, chaotic sounds. And then there's almost this brief ear-screeching, scraping noise if you're gonna get a piece of jagged metal and then just drag it across the driveway. That's what it sounds like.
Huh.
What the hell is that? Some of the neighbors, they run out onto the street and they see this white mess. It's a white ball on the ground next to this big oak tree.
Bro.
They're like, that is a car. It is a car that has been flipped over. Now, if they know
Completely
anything
flipped
about
over.
cars, they would know that this is a full-sized SUV
Jesus.
that's flipped over next to the tree. But because of how it slammed into the tree, half of the car looks like it's gone missing. It looks like half the car was cut. Someone took a knife, cut half the car, and then
That's
stole
fucking
the rest.
crazy. Holy
It's been
shit.
crumbled. It's not even just flying apart. You know, sometimes you go onto the highway and you see accidents and someone's bumper is on one side, someone's door is on the other side. It's not like that. It looks like the car disappeared. Squished to the point that you cannot even recognize it. It's like someone sent half of the front of the car through a hydraulic press.
Yeah.
In front of the car, there is this oak tree that has clearly been hit. But behind the car,
Yeah,
there's
it's
a
gonna be a
lamp
little
post that's been
shorter.
knocked down. So it seems like this
Ish.
car was
I'm
on
just
the
gonna
road,
I'm
drove
just gonna
through the
upload the
lamp post, knocked
Yunbum
it down,
content and
flipped
then
in the air and hit the tree
hop on
before
over.
hitting the floor.
So it's like flying.
Flying, they said it flew in the air. This is a residential street with really nobody else on the road. What kind of speeds does this car have to be going to do all of that? In order to hit the tree with that kind of impact, it had to be going over 90 miles per hour, probably over 100 miles per hour, in a residential street. That means the driver of this car had pushed the accelerator down completely.
Bruh.
Side note, going over 105 miles per hour straight towards a tree the car is basically going to disintegrate on impact. If you've ever seen a car, a crash dummy car, heading straight towards a concrete wall or a tree at 105 miles per hour, you will see that where the car comes into contact with the object, it's like it enters a portal. It just disappears. It doesn't break apart. It crumbles to the point where it's gone. It's so quick, it doesn't even look like a dent. It looks like that part of the car just vanished. So if you're in the front seats of a
That
car
is-
and it hits a tree at 105
Why would he
miles
just
per
go
hour,
straight
it's
towards-
like being in the epicenter of a small explosion.
Bro,
It
what
doesn't really matter at
happened?
this point if you have your seatbelt or your airbags deployed. The human body just simply is not designed to withstand those kinds of forces on the body. Internal organs are hitting up against your chest wall. That also happens with your head. If your brain hits the inner skull with enough force, that's a death sentence. The force of the collision practically disintegrated this vehicle. The engine, the transmission, they're no longer even attached to the car anymore. In the middle of this random neighborhood, this BMW X3 is just sitting there completely obliterated.
I mean,
when
yeah.
first responders get to the scene, they realize 2 of the local star swimmers, one is this 18-year-old freshman in college, Flynn McCrell, another a 16-year-old boy in high school, Kiernan Tagg. They were both in the car.
Bro.
They were less than a mile from Flynn's home. They're going faster than 100 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour residential zone. They're going 80 over the limit. When the
Holy
investigators
shit.
get there, it is unclear if anyone was able to survive the incident until they see a foot and another, and one of the 2 boys in the car steps out by themselves and then collapses right in front of the investigators. He's going to be rushed to the hospital with serious injuries, and the other occupant would be pronounced dead at the scene.
Bro.
There were no drugs involved, there was no alcohol involved, so what the hell happened? 16-year-old Kiernan Tagg wakes up in the hospital and everybody's asking him, what happened? Like, what happened in the car? What the hell is going on? And this all starts because of an American Express Gold Card. An American Express Gold Card is not the most prestigious credit card on the market, but it's not an easy one to get. Typically, you need to have an excellent credit score, and there is a $250 annual fee just to have the credit card, to be able to use the credit card. The average gold card holder likely makes around $130,000 a year, their household income. That's what the estimates show. But 16-year-old Kiernan Tagg is like, I want my gold card. I want a gold card.
That is crazy.
He's pissed that he doesn't have one, to the point where he allegedly starts throwing and breaking things inside the house, screaming at his mom about how unfair it is that he doesn't have an Amex. He's breaking curfew, he's sneaking out in the middle of the night, he's taking his mom's credit cards to buy whatever he wants without her knowing. He's taking the car out when he shouldn't. There was this one incident where people were called to Kiernan's house because he wanted to take out his mom's car, the BMW or the Audi. She refuses. He breaks the coffee table. He even admits it. Well, in a very gaslighting manner. He breaks her table, storms out. He's 16, by the way. And then he texts his mom. I simply asked you if I could take your car,
oh my God.
yet you refused. Now I'm running late, and now we have a broken table. Eventually, he would text her, okay, fine. I'm sorry about your table. All of this because his mom did not let him take the Audi sports coupe out for a joyride. And maybe she shouldn't let him have the car. Just a few days before the accident, Kiernan filmed himself driving at 140 miles per hour, which was 4 times the speed limit where he was.
Dude.
There is a clip of him on the highway going nearly 140 miles per hour. There is a clip of him at a red light. When the light turned greens, he acts like this is the starting of an F1 circuit. He just pedals to the metal.
Bro, what?
Himself 140 miles, like.
And he posted onto Snapchat.
Oh my God.
He does the same thing in residential areas, and another time he's in this parking lot. He makes a left turn. He waits for this elderly woman to walk past, so clearly he knows this is an area where people are just walking around. He waits for her to pass, slams on the gas. 4 months leading up to the accident, in November of 2023, he was hitting speeds of 127, 143, 102, 150, 155
Wait, did he hit the old lady,
miles per hour on the
or?
road, all on completely separate dates.
I'm gonna assume no.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He thinks he's going to be featured on the next Fast and the Furious movie or something. I don't know what the purpose of any of this. Ultimately, he's taking pictures of his own crimes as well. And these are likely going to show up in trial later. In October, he was in the car driving 94 times in the month of October. In almost half of his rides, he's hitting 90 miles per hour speeds.
Wait, in October, he was driving 94 times?
Yes.
Like 3 times a day?
Bruh.
Yes. And in half of those, he's driving over 90 miles per hour. The highest speed ever recorded was 2 weeks before the crash. He went 153 miles per hour.
What the hell's wrong with him?
20 miles.
I would just be afraid of dying. Like, even if you don't care about other people, like, how are you not afraid of dying yourself?
8 minutes of full-on driving at 153 miles per hour. To give you some context, each track for F1 drivers is different, but even on the faster tracks, because some tracks it's easier to go faster, there's more straight shots, it's just safer. Per average 90-minute races, each F1 race lasts about 90 minutes. On a super fast track, drivers will spend 18 to 27 minutes going 150 miles per hour or faster.
Maybe it is the one where the
Maybe
parents get
they
arrested.
spend
I don't
closer
know.
to 4.5 to 9 minutes going 150 miles per hour or faster.
So he was going like F1 speed.
Yes.
Bro, what?
But this is like, I don't even think the 9 minutes is straight. I'm sure it's collectively 9 minutes.
Right.
But he's going 8 minutes non-stop at 150 miles per hour for 20 miles.
That is crazy. And he's documenting it and sharing it everywhere.
Yes.
That is crazy. That means a lot of people saw it too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, going 153 miles for 8 minutes, yes, maybe safe for F1 drivers, not for real roads. Clearly, Kiernan needs to be arrested. He's been driving recklessly for months prior to the accident. He would drive and just slam on the accelerator, sending the car 150 miles
what is
down a
wrong with this
residential
kid?
street. Eventually, in November, he would slam it into a tree, killing his friend, his passenger, Flynn McCrell. There are now calls, though, for his mom to also be arrested. Now, I think this is the element that this case is getting a lot more attention, along with the fact that Kiernan is just overall a pretty spoiled kid. But given the information you have right now, do you think the mother should be held accountable because he's a 16-year-old? Maybe he's abusive with his mom, but that doesn't mean that she will automatically think that he's reckless with his car, right? Maybe he blocked her on Snapchat, or do you think she knew? What would be your answer right now?
Her fault.
Because maybe the next information is going to change your opinion. Kiernan's mom was scared something was going to happen while her son was driving. She knew that he was speeding and driving recklessly. September 14th, 2023, 2 months before the crash, Elizabeth, Kiernan's mom, texts Kiernan angry, "Slow the fuck down right now." She can see that he's driving at 123 miles per hour because she has the Life 360 app, which is basically a tracking app for some parents or families or couples
arrest her
to make sure that their kids are safe. There's a lot of controversy about the app, but the app will track your location, and it'll even alert parents if you're a reckless driver because it gives them alerts on how fast your vehicle is
I
moving
approve
based off
that,
the data from your
honestly.
phone. So if your phone is in the car, they can tell you how fast that car is going. It can also tell you if your child or whoever you have on the Life 360 app has been in a car accident or if their battery is going low. So every time Kiernan was speeding, 94 times in the month of October, Elizabeth...
I don't know, I believe on calling cops on your kids if they deserve it.
...on her phone. Which a lot of people are saying, then shouldn't it just have been one time? If your child is speeding, why still give them car privileges? Driving is a privilege, it's not a right. A few weeks before the crash, Kiernan's sister even texted him, "Speed limits exist for a reason." And she linked the article about the victim of the drunk driver. And he says, "That's tragic, I knew her."
Kieran's sister sent it to him, like an older sister?
Yeah. But clearly it does nothing to his brain. Because 2 hours later, his mom starts texting him, "I have screenshots of you doing 90 miles per hour in the middle of the night when I didn't even know you left your friend's house. And again, 2 weeks ago, going 123 miles per hour just because. Your obsession," word choice here is intentional, "with cars having upwards of 600 horsepower is not healthy. It's not safe, and it scares me to my bone."
Girl, this was clearly
3 weeks
beyond
later,
your
Kiernan's
ability
mom
to
buys a
control,
BMW
so like,
X3 M series.
you gotta call the cops or
Some
something.
argue, even if she didn't have the app, it's pretty easy to tell that he's doing these things. I mean, he's taking videos of himself basically drag racing. And even if she didn't take away his car for that, he's done so many other things to warrant him getting his keys taken. In 2020, a police report shows that Kiernan assaulted his mom and just left the house. He went to a friend's. Apparently, they got into this massive argument where he was driving. She was in the back seat. He turns around and starts punching.
2020?
Yeah.
He was driving?
Yeah.
If he was 16 years old?
Yeah.
That means he's like 12, 13?
Yeah. I don't know why he's driving.
What the hell?
And he starts punching his mom and biting down on his mom. She called the police on
While
him.
he's driving?
Yeah.
What?
Now, I mean, you
Yeah,
can't
what
really
is
say
going
that the
on?
mom is so lost and confused on what to do either. I mean, I don't think you can. At one point, about a month prior to the accident, she texts her son, her 16-year-old son, and asks him to pick up a bottle of wine for her. She texts, "Will you pick up a bottle of wine, please?" He responds, "Sure."
Girl.
A week later, just a few days before the crash, she texts him a screenshot of an article that lists out the punishments for someone who is using a fake ID. Which, I mean, she didn't send that a week prior when she was asking him to pick up a bottle of wine, so it's a little strange. It's very confusing.
That's so
behavior.
weird.
Wait, the mother asked 16-year-old son to pick up a wine because she knew that he has a fake ID?
But I guess she's okay with it because he says sure.
Yeah.
Now, I did see some people who claim they know the family, who claim they're from Grosse Pointe, and they claim that the mother has a drinking problem.
I mean, I
Okay,
believe
well,
it.
Doesn't matter.
All
Yeah.
things
but
considered.
The fact that she's asking an underage
Yes.
son to pick up a drink for her,
Yes.
That's so
and then a
weird.
week later sends that article. What's the intention behind that?
I don't know. I don't know because it's
That's
I
so
was
weird.
trying to wrap my head around it, and I'm like, okay, if I were a mom, I think if I had a suspicion that my kid had an ID, I would just send that article. I wouldn't make him actually go commit a crime because him having a fake ID and then going to buy a bottle of wine are two different charges.
Yeah.
And then me requesting him to buy a bottle of wine
Yeah,
is
it's
also
so
very
weird.
bad parenting. Even if I'm trying to prove a point or trying to figure out if he has a fake ID, it's just very odd behavior. Now, throughout all of this, she never takes his keys away. Since 2018, Kiernan has at least 22 documented incidents with the police, the majority of the calls being about him wildly out of control. His mom would call the police having no idea how to calm him down. At one point, he was arrested for domestic violence against his mom. He had to be held in a youth center in the county.
Bro, what is going
While Flynn's
on?
parents, they just remember, well, Flynn's
That is
mom says,
crazy.
I was standing in the foyer of the house and listening to them saying there was a crash less than a mile away and your son didn't make it. And I couldn't. I mean, all I could say was no. Flynn's parents believe that Kiernan's mom should be held responsible.
There's a mountain.
I mean,
about
that's all I need to know.
it. And she admitted through text. It scares
If his
me to the
parents
bone.
think
It's
so,
not
then
safe.
yeah.
Side note, Kiernan's
Lock her
dad
up.
and his mom were divorced recently, and soon afterwards, Kiernan's dad passed. So it's really just his
Oof.
mom in the picture.
That
Flynn's
sucks,
parents
but like,
say Elizabeth, his mom, should be held accountable. They say she was sitting on a ticking time bomb. She knows he's out of control, yet she basically gets him a weapon. It's like she handed him an AR-15. They argue, because this wasn't an accident. Accidents cannot be prevented. This could have been prevented 100%, not only once, but for 4 months it could have been prevented. She knew
Kinda have
and
to
admitted
agree.
in the text that she knew her
I have
son
no
was
idea what the
breaking
fuck to
law,
do with this
acting
room.
criminally, and expressed that it was not safe. Any reasonable person
just a
would have
stair
done something
room.
very, very simple, and that would have been
I'll put some
take the
cat
keys
stuff
away.
in it.
And
Cat
she
tower.
didn't do it, and now our son is dead. Every day, we wake up in shock and disbelief that our son, our beloved Flynn, is gone, and it was 100% preventable. The slightly unexpected and kind of wild part is Kiernan's mom is an educator.
Teacher?
She's the campus minister at the University of Detroit.
huh.
Her LinkedIn reads, passionate leader, educator, mentor, and marketing executive, mindfulness-based stress reduction instructor, credentialed in leading trauma-informed and team mindfulness programs, student coach, and mentor. She writes,
So about
I'm
that.
regularly involved in school activities and functions and seek to proactively improve the children's learning experience, which, I mean, I feel like she hasn't been quite proactive in her son's life. But that could be an overstep on my part. Flynn's parents have also stated, any reasonable
Lol.
person would have done something. They would have
Dude,
just taken the keys away.
what
That's it.
is
That's all
that?
we were asking for. A lot of news articles, and I think Flynn's parents themselves, are
What that
referencing
noise,
another case
Monkey?
in Michigan, which might feel reminiscent of what's happening in Georgia right now. But there was another case in Michigan where
What's happening in Georgia?
2021, there was a deadly shooting at Oxford High School. The killer's parents were also charged for buying the gun for their son. They did not take reasonable actions to prevent their child from harming others. They didn't put a cable lock on the gun. He drew a picture of a gun in class and wrote on the page, "The thoughts won't stop. Help me." But they did nothing. They were both held responsible for the lives of 4 students and sentenced to 10 years in prison for involuntary manslaughter.
As they should be.
So he was sentenced to more, yes, but the parents were also sentenced. Now, a lot of people reference the Crumbly case when talking about the Kiernan case. Flynn's parents argue it's the same core principles. The
I
Crumbly
agree.
parents did not secure the weapon, and in this case, Flynn's parents argue
They
the
also
car
didn't
is a
secure the weapon.
A car
She knew it
can
was
kill
happening.
people, so yes, it's a weapon, is what they're arguing.
Yeah.
The parents ignored the
I'll agree
warning
with that.
signs. They argued Kiernan's mom could clearly see that he's speeding and he's not getting better. There's negligence. Flynn's parents argue that Elizabeth, Kiernan's mom, was negligent of helping her son to stop behaving recklessly and still let him put himself in those positions of being behind the wheel, and they provided access. So in the Crumbly case, obviously it refers to the gun, but in this situation, Flynn's parents argue the car is the weapon, and when Elizabeth would go out of town, she would leave all the keys just in a drawer where he would have unlimited access to them. Some people think that's not a great analogy. Other people think there's a better analogy, which is a case in New York recently. A mom and dad were criminally charged after their son crashed a BMW into a truck at more than 100 miles per hour, killing his 14-year-old passenger. The parents were charged with endangering the welfare of a child for allowing their son to drive while he was legally unable to do so. It seems like Flynn's parents are hoping for the same thing in this case, which brings us to the question of, should a parent be held responsible if their child kills someone while recklessly driving a family car?
Yeah.
Now, just a side
if
note,
they're
just
aware
so
that they're
I don't
doing
not
it.
address it, there are allegations that Flynn's parents have some wild political views, okay? I'm not sure how accurate the sentiment is. I don't personally know them. It could be a rumor, it could be 1 or 2 articles, but it has been brought up a few times in the comments, which I think is always important. So there's like Reddit threads talking about it, but in this situation, I think it has nothing to do with Flynn. Flynn was the one that passed. There are a few group of people, some that are conflicted on whether or not Kiernan's mom could control him at this point. Some are saying, I mean, he sounds out of control.
That's why you call the
There's nothing that
cops.
she could have done, really. If she took the keys away, he probably would have beat her, is what people are saying. But even then, it's like, you could just call the police and have
you
him
just call the
taken to a
cops.
juvenile center then. One comment reads, his mother told police her son was abusive and that she was afraid of him. The police report shows multiple calls about both violence and speeding. Sounds like the mother did everything she could. He was reckless and took an innocent life. Hope he pays for the rest of his. One netizen has a bit of an unpopular opinion, but they write, you people are fucking insane. If the driver's mothers should be charged for not taking away the keys, the victim's parents should also be charged for allowing their son to ride with him. Another one reads, if you get into a vehicle with someone, that is your free will decision. What? One parent writes, so if a teen gets an STD and passes it to another person, is the parent responsible? If the teen goes off to war, are the parents responsible? Teens have impulses. You can be the best parent in the world, but one mistake and it can be life-changing. We need to stop blaming the parents and start blaming the individual. To which someone just responds, insane analogy. Which I do have to agree with that opinion. Side note, the family seems to have 3 cars. Kiernan has 3 cars in the family for just him and his mom. A Subaru Forester, an Audi Coupe, and a BMW X3 M Series. Flynn's parents also argue, fine, let's say Kiernan's mom absolutely, for whatever reason that doesn't make sense, could not take away his keys. Why not give him the Subaru keys, the much slower car?
Yeah.
And a lot of others agree with that sentiment. One legal expert states, Kiernan's mom had months and months of knowledge of her son's reckless driving, and she not only failed to take the keys away, she actually gave him a car that could go faster.
Yeah.
One comment reads, the mother should not have let
She
her
is
son drive at
definitely
all.
culpable.
I believe she should be charged. Another mom agrees, writing, let me find out my daughter is driving recklessly. She won't have a car. She would have to ask me every time she steps out the front door. Another parent wholeheartedly agrees, writing, my oldest son, 16, just got his license a month ago. He is under no illusions. If he violates any traffic law, speeds, runs a stop sign, so much as looks at his phone, he will never be driving again until he's 18. At the DMV, they made it quite clear to him that the state and I both have the right to revoke his license, and he knows I absolutely will. Raise your kids right. Make sure they understand they will be held accountable for their actions, and this kind of thing would not happen. One comment reads, this reeks of entitlement and God complex. Tragic that the mother either couldn't or wouldn't control him and it cost someone else their life. We don't often think of vehicles as deadly weapons, but we have vehicular manslaughter laws for a reason.
Yeah.
Flynn's parents argue, I want him in prison for as long as possible. Why should he get a break? The kid is at every break and every privilege there is. There's so many instances of criminal behavior. This is an individual who knows right and wrong, has most privileges most people will never enjoy, and he chose to drive homicidally and murderously and break our laws. This is a person that needs to be taken out of society because he is dangerous, and the only way to restore is through punishment, if you're that kind of criminal. Flynn McCrell was 6'4". He's tall. He's got this very shaggy red hair, orangish hair, and everyone said that he's a bit of a gentle giant. They said he was the baby of the family, the one that he couldn't even go to amusement parks parks because he didn't like roller coasters. His family can't stop thinking about how he must have died in fear. He was always the quickest to crack a smile, and he had just come home from Thanksgiving break. So a lot of people were asking if he was posting these on Snapchat, if Kiernan was posting this, then Flynn must have seen.
But he
But
wasn't
Flynn's
around.
parents argued they really weren't that close. Flynn had just come home from Thanksgiving break, and to him, Kiernan was just the nice kid. He's just a few years younger, trying to also be a swimmer. So the way the relationship seems is Kiernan was looking at Flynn almost like a swim mentor. And perhaps he didn't show Flynn the bad sides of his personality and his habits because, you know, they didn't have a cool friend relationship. It gives the older guy mentor and his little mentee. He always looked up to Flynn. Flynn's parents said whenever he came around, we never had any inkling. He was very polite. After every meal, he would thank us. He always offered to help bring groceries into the house if one of us had gone shopping. They don't even go to the same school. They're not even the same age. Flynn is a freshman in college. He's 16. They just live on the same street and they're both swimmers. That's how they know each other. It just seemed like Flynn took on this friendship with Kiernan as a helping role, and he just wanted Kiernan to be a better swimmer. Flynn's older brother says, Flynn was an angel. He was selfless. He wanted so much for you. I feel as though I've lost my life when Flynn was murdered. I've been robbed of the next 60 to 70 years of my life with Flynn. Flynn wasn't worried about the future. He wasn't worried about his own place in this world because he innately didn't have to be worried. He was always in the moment. And I will always think of him and I will see him again. Flynn's mom says, nothing is going to end the hell that we have been through. It is inconceivable to me that I've lost my son. To say this is a living hell is an understatement. My family has been ruined. My family's life has been ruined. No one should ever have to lose a child like this. I still can't believe my big, calm son is gone. There are rumors that Kiernan is out on bail. He was arrested, he's out on bail. Of course, and there were rumors that he was dancing on TikTok with his girlfriend to the song Celebration about 2 months after he killed Flynn. He allegedly wrote a poem for school, Ode to the Frog, and it reads, Oh, Mr. Frog, the hate you give. Through that wretched croak, it deafens me, making me feel like a bloke. You're always there, I can't escape the wretched croak. All animals live carefully, scared of what's to come, never knowing when a breath could be their last croak. Croak, croak. Here came the frog, and with it came death. I was scared, but all of a sudden, I awoke. Kiernan is currently out on bond awaiting trial, which is set to start February 2025. He will be tried for second-degree murder. He's a minor when this took place. He was 16. He's 17 now, but he will be charged as adult designated, which means if he's convicted, the judge can sentence him as an adult or a juvenile or a mixture of both. They can kind of blend the sentence.
Interesting.
The most he can face, if the judge decides to sentence him as an adult, he'll be facing life in prison as maximum punishment.
Good.
What are your thoughts on this case? How long do you think he deserves to be in prison? Yeah, it's so scary, especially driving.
Yeah, I think he deserves life.
I go under speed limit because I'm like, you never know when there's a pet, when there's a kid. So please.
Yeah, I know. I don't like bail as a concept. Oops. That's the end, chat. All right. Well, I got pretty good. We got almost the whole downstairs completed. So let me save this. Oh, hello, Jean. You are not a ghost. I miss you. Oh. All right. Well, I am going to run off and go quickly get Yunbum content posted. I'll probably promote it while I'm on stream on Fansly, but I'm gonna post everything at least right now. So I'm gonna go do that, take a quick break, and then I will see you. I'm gonna try to make it only like 30 minutes, hopefully. So I'll see you over on Fansly in like a half an hour-ish, hopefully. And it'll be a little late night stream. We're gonna watch another Fear Street, and then that'll be it. And then I will see you next week. All right. I think next week is the last stream stream we're doing for this month. Because I'm going on a little trip for Halloween. So, yes. Okay. Well, meet you over on Fansly in like 30 minutes. Otherwise, I will see you guys next week, okay? Yay! Alright. See you soon. Enjoy the outro. Thanks for hanging out with me. If I am not seeing you at the next stream, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you later. Have a good weekend. Thanks for liking the video. Thanks for sharing the video. Thanks for chatting. All that. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, I'm gonna go.